Yes, welcome to the show. Welcome. Yes, I had to play that tune there. Yeah, here, so I had to play that tune there because we're going to talk about a boaty boy named Boochie Bear. All right, so that I feel that song is fitting for what we're going to talk about today. Have a quite a few things to cover to pretty much drill my point home. So I'm pretty much gonna start off just sharing a video for those of you who may or may not know how this pretty much all started. I'll give you a little taste right now.
Real pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
Hey.
Did you see the diary?
But Trump is not a pedophile judging real pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
A little soundbite of what we're dealing right now. So basically, for all of you that know who Brandon, the fake Pan-African grifter, pro-Trump, white hope loving MAGA guy, knows that he pretty much has the same democratic talking points all the time: gay this, gay that, gay this, gay, 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 gay. While at the same time, as you saw right there, he is promoting pedophilia. At the same time, he's promoting pedophilia of Donald Trump. But for those of you that didn't hear it, I'll play it one more time. But I'll play the complete in interaction and exchange. I'll play the whole complete thing, but I'll play it once more. Yes, I'm playing it once more so you guys can see.
Real pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
Hey.
Did you see the diary?
But Trump is not a pedophile judging real pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
So there you go. He said again, I'm going to let it rock again. So he's saying that I said he's talking about Biden's this, the Biden's that. Biden doesn't have any allegations. I don't care about Biden. Biden doesn't have any sexual allegations or anything like that. He's not on Epstein's list. And I say, what about Donald Trump and all that? And this is the part.
Real pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
Hey.
Did you see the diary?
But Trump is not a pedophile judging real pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
They hired him to judge it. So that's his response already to pedophilia, right? But then again, it's okay for him to be okay with pedophilia because it's Donald Trump. Then he gets mad when people say you are a part of a cult. This man has a daughter, right? This so-called man has a daughter, and he's green lighting pedophilia and saying, "Well, hey, what? Hey, I mean, what you want Donald Trump to do? They hire him to judge it so he could do whatever he wants to little girls. This is your so-called Pan-African, right? This is your so-called conservative Republican family values first. This is the person who he claims to be, but when questions is asked about pedophilia as a whole, he puts on his MAGA hat and he starts cooning and dancing. He starts cooning and dancing and
daughter said that he used to take showers with her.
Pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
Hey,
Did you see the diary?
but Trump is
His
not a
daughter said that
pedophile
he used to take
judging
showers with her.
pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
When Trump was running, he had the whole LBGTQ XYZ 1, 2, 3 to the 4th power flag, right? So when Republicans is saying, well, oh no, we're not for the LGBT community, and that's just a Democratic thing, and all, it's all nonsense. It's all nonsense, right? What's up, Anthony? What's up? Peace to you too. You know what I'm saying? It's all nonsense. When it comes, people don't understand. When it comes to politics in the democratic system, it's about numbers, right? That's why all politicians, no matter what aisle you're on, they lie, right? But Republicans cut themselves off at the knees and say, well, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. It's just going to be us, right? So no one's going to go to the Republican side. So what happens? All those other people that Republicans hate, right? Blacks, Hispanics, gay people, trans people, Arabs, it's like, okay, this group hates me unless you debase yourself, unless you're self-loathing. And the black people and anyone that's not a white male, that's what they do. If you're black, you talk bad about black people. If you're a woman, you say women need to be in the kitchen cooking and cleaning and popping out babies. If you're Arab, you're going to say, yeah, we are terrorists and stuff like that. So all those people are on there. The same dynamic doesn't play out for our side. So this conversation took place a while back. So it all blew up again in his face because he probably thought I forgot, but I didn't forget. But I'm gonna get into the videos right now. I'm gonna show you guys like I can't understand a person like this. Like, but this is a person that's claiming to be a pro-black family man. Right, a pro-black family man. I'm also going to go into cults, right? Because this is a cult. I'm going to assume that he's in a cult and he's not in the right mind. I'll give him that grace, even though they don't give me no grace at all. And you'll see. I'll give him the grace to say, okay, he's a decent person, but he's in a cult. So whatever the cult leader does or wants, you have to defend it, even if it's child pedophilia. So hold on, we're about to get into it. I'm gonna show you guys pretty much how all this, how everything kind of just rekindled and how it all started all over again. So yeah, right. I think we're right here. Yeah, we're right here. Yeah, we're right here. All right. So basically, I got on the panel and he's pretty much lying and doing his Republican talking points, and I'm destroying him at every turn. So he says, hey, why wouldn't you vote for Donald Trump? And I said his 91 indictments. His 91 indictments as president was the reason why he needed to be impeached, and the reason why I wouldn't vote for him again. So he's gonna pull up, what's an indictment? And again, if you guys watch my channel, watch my video, you know an indictment, when you have an indictment, it has to be based on evidence. You just can't indict someone just to indict someone, because it has to go through the certain system, has to go through the courts to see that, okay, you have enough sufficient evidence for an indictment to be issued for someone's arrest or someone to go to trial. That's what it is. So he's trying to diminish what an indictment is, as it's just an accusation when it's not just an accusation. So let's give you some background.
Of serious crime. That just means an accusation. I could say that you raped me, Kofi. I could say that you took my manhood in the bathroom.
You hear what I said? I said, oh geez, why this man is so gotta say me bugger him? Why he, out of all the analogies he could have used, he's gonna use rape? Remember, I'm supposed to be the Democrat, LGBTQ loving, transgender loving person, according to him. Out of all the analogies, to use, he's going to use that analogy. He's going to use that analogy. And you kind of hear me. I don't know if you got to hear me say, I'm like, oh, geez, serious? Let's see what he says again.
Bathroom at Wingstop. That's just a formal accusation. That doesn't mean you did
now
it.
you changing. Now you changing. Now you changing. Now you.
Okay.
I said 91 indictments.
Kofi, an indictment.
So what's your response to him being indicted 91 times?
Kofi, an indictment is a formal charge or accusation of serious crime. That just means an accusation. I could say that you raped me, Kofi. I could say that you took my manhood in the bathroom at Wingstop. That's just a formal accusation. That doesn't mean
I raped him in the bathroom at Wingstop. I think he had a fantasy about that. Out of all Wingstop, why Wingstop? He must love Wingstop, so he probably loves getting it up the ass at his favorite restaurant. What like why again? Why out of all the hypotheticals and the analogies would you use that for an indictment? I use like, hey, you robbed somebody and or someone don't like you and they said they robbed me, or hey, someone stole from me. It's the same thing, or someone hit me. There's so many things you could have used. Nah, Kofi, you raped me and took my manhood. Okay, like what? So like again, guys, remember he's supposed to be the family values man, but we all know he's pro pedo and probably have some homosexual tendencies. Look, I'm not gonna beat him up for having homosexual tendencies. I don't want him to be directed at me, but remember, if you guys follow politics, you have a lot of Republicans. They're very like Jesse Lee Peterson, very pro, just like Brandon, very Republican, a Christian, a white Christian, evangelical, all that stuff. Jesse Lee Peterson is gay, right? Is the Republicans that fight the hardest about LGBTQ and pedophilia are the same people that's doing the same thing. I think they feel if I just preach gay hate, the gayness within me will go away. If I thumbs up pedophilia, maybe my pedophilic tendencies and desires will go away. I don't know, but these people always end up being gay.
At Wingstop, that's just a formal accusation. That doesn't mean you did it.
Now you're changing. Now you're changing. Now you're changing everything.
This is America.
Okay, let me let you finish talking.
Listen, right. Thank you. This is America. You are innocent until proven guilty. And Donald Trump, in every instance where he was investigated for any crime, he was exonerated.
And he lied. But I mean, I don't want you guys. If you was to look at this, he wasn't exactly. He wasn't even trial. There was no trial yet, and we agreed there was no trial. So he's lying. There was an exoneration. You can't be exonerated for something when there was actually no trial. So already, the man's a fussy boy. The man's an anti-man. He's an anti-man. The boy like to get bugger. Why would you tell a grown man that? Why would you tell a grown heterosexual man that you know that have a wife and kids? Tell me that. Wingstop. Now, I never even been to Wingstop. Now I even don't want to go no more because I think Brandon's going to be there behind a chair somewhere getting ready to rape me. Like he ruined Wingstop for me. Like, damn, I can't go to Wingstop no more. Like what the hell? That's just sound like it was too like it was too planned out. You know what I'm saying? Like it was too planned out. Like Wingstop. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Afro Think Tank? Hey, thank you for listening, brother. Thank you for listening. Yeah, I'm gonna keep doing, man. I'm the chef in here. I gotta cook him. He does it to himself. I mean, he pretty much does it to himself, like this guy. And I think he's pretty much just a grifter because, like, when they do Tariq Nasheed, he will say Tariq Nasheed has to grip. Why Tariq Nasheed has to grip? And we will say, what is Tariq Nasheed's day job? No one knows what Tariq Nasheed's day job is, right? And I say the same thing with Brandon. Brandon, he doesn't really have a day job. I'm not knocking anyone who makes money off of YouTube. Make your money the best way you can, but at least have some self-respect, some dignity for yourself. So he has an incentive, guys, in order to lie. He has to follow the algorithm. He has to say all those right things and triggering words in order, from a Republican standpoint, in order to draw people in. And the way how he draws people in is by using Pan-Africanism. So he knew once he has Pan-Africanism, hey, I'm a Pan-African. I love Black people. I want to link up with other people. We all realize that situation that we are in globally is not a good situation. Here, let me have this platform and go in. He draws people in that way, and then he starts talking this white supremacist American conservatism, which is anti-Black. I don't want to get off on a tangent, but already it's not looking good for him. The buyer already want to bugger me. He already want to do that, right? So I'm gonna move the video further up, and let me get that timestamp. All right, and because it's really not that. You know what? I'm gonna let it rock.
He never did any crime. Even in the crime he got convicted of, which was by a biased court.
I'm sorry. I know I'm cutting you up, but what? Oh, he has to pay $300 million. This is a man that's in control of his emotions. This is the man that's in control of his feelings. This is like Trump did all those things. There's evidence. If anyone, this is public record, y'all. You have many times said, "Hey, we live in the day of
support open borders."
Let me know when I could talk.
You can talk now. Do you support open borders? You scared of that question, huh?
Let me know when I could talk. It's your show.
You could talk.
Uninterrupted.
You've been interrupting me the whole time. Now all of a sudden you got respect on that open borders question. We know you scared to answer the real questions. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Thank you. So, like I said before on your show on the last time, right? You're fucking lying as usual because you're not that intelligent like most Republicans, because you could go in on Democrats for a lot of things, but you're so stupid you can't even look at real issues. So you're lying when you're saying there's no open border. You're a fucking liar. That's a Republican talking point. The border is not open. You keep saying that, and I want you to show me where there's no ICE and there's no border patrol. But you can't, and you never will, because you know there's no such thing as a fucking open border, right? Part two, to answer your question, right? The problem now, what's going on at the border right now is a crisis. There's an influx of migrants. So I'm going to kind of hold it right there, and I want to show you guys this first. So he pretty much lost that debate, right? If you guys, as you see right here, you just look at the chat, right? Let me find, unless he didn't erase it. That's another thing we're going to get to. He was erasing a lot things that I posted. He was erasing, and he was erasing a lot of other stuff. This is not an honest guy. This is not a person that say, "Hey, look, I'm open to your opinion." He pretty much scrubs the things he's on there. It's not like I'm saying something crazy or irate. Let me see, because last time I looked, they had people saying that I was right. I should have took a screenshot of it, because he might of he's a bitch like that, and he will do it. It says Trump is going to say black Americans, ha ha ha, hold my beer, right? He thumbs up. He liked that, but we know he really meant that. Where's another one? See, this dude right here. He said that was that was body blows, Brandon. You ain't recovering from them thumps, right? Because I was hitting them. Probably get charged with multiple trying to. Well, like I said, that was a horrible example. I think that was a good example of getting robbed. It says, what's the name of this Kofi guy YouTube channel? I gave that dude my YouTube channel, so that was good. He subscribed to me. Thank you. Supposed to America, no, like that. Where's the other one? It was from. Yeah, so right here it says, walking in the. I don't got my glasses on. I can't read all that. He said, whoever the other dude was from the South American country won the debate. Boochie kept trying to deflect and change the goalposts and kept losing. What's an indictment? Laughing because someone says, "Hey, man, why is this person a bad person?" Well, this person's a criminal. He's been charged with 91 things. What's a charge? It's like, what? Like, what? Now they're trying to diminish what charges are. Like, charges don't mean anything, right? So it was a whole bunch of things. So pretty much was saying that I think he scrubbed a couple of things, right? So that's just to give you context. So this is like, usually when I do go on here, I always beat him. I never say, well, yeah, that's for sure. I always come back, if I don't know something, do a little research, come back and I destroy him, right? So let me go a little further up where I always want to talk to this dude that always comes on here, and Brandon never lets him and I talk because then he always like wait till I leave to bring on this dude. Now this dude is gonna remember, these are supposed to be black men with families and daughters, and this guy here is gonna defend rape because I spoke about Eugene Carroll. I said it's like Trump is not even in control. Trump doesn't even care about the American people. Trump cares about Trump. And I give him an example. I said the example of Trump caring about Trump, right? He was defaming Eugene Carroll. All Trump had to do, like any smart, intelligent person was to do, is say, I gave Brad the benefit of the doubt. Let's say Eugene Carroll's lying. I said, let's say the bitch is lying, right? You were defaming her by saying you don't know her, you didn't rape her, you didn't do that. That'll put you in financial trouble. A smart person and that's in control of their emotions when they're asked, "Hey, Trump, did you rape her? Do you know her?" And people's not even asking him. He's going on these rallies, and he's just saying, "I don't even know her," right? Defaming her, right, to the point where he had to pay. He really had to pay money. Then he defamed her again. He had to pay $5 million. He defamed her again. Had to pay a couple $100 million, and that kind of slowed him down. He stopped. If this man has no control of his own emotions, right, why would you want somebody like that to be president? Someone who doesn't have in his own best interest, I need to be quiet, and he can't be quiet. You think he's going to care about you guys? And you have these. I'm going to play it right now. This guy here is defending what rape is. You want to split hairs on what rape is, and all these other things. And we're going to go into what was determined in that case to see why Donald Trump was found guilty of sexual assault or rape, and we're gonna break that down. So let me play this again so you can hear this.
He actually has the ability to do these executive orders the same way Joe Biden did. Another thing the guy said about grabbing by the pussy. When Trump said that, if you go back and listen to how he said it, he didn't say he grabs women by the pussy. What he was saying was, and to be honest with you, though, some of these women, and I don't know if it's everywhere, but like women in the West, basically women are attracted, regardless of how men are attracted to women by their looks. Some of us by their attitude, and if they're good to rear children with it, whatnot. But women, you could be the ugliest guy in the world, but if you got power and money, you can get women. So Trump was saying some of these women allow men to grab him by the pussy if the man has status. If the man has power and status, he can grab these women by the pussy. Maybe not all women, but we all got.
Not. So he said maybe not all women. It's all women. If you have power and status, and so he's right. Not all women. He tried to do it to Eugene Carroll, right? He tried to do it to Eugene Carroll, and those weren't one of those women. So he did it. So he's not even saying Trump didn't do that, right? He's not even saying Trump didn't do that. He's saying basically what Trump said, like, hey, look, that's something I could do. And when he was on trial, he got Eugene Carroll and his late wife mixed up. So I'm thinking like, oh shit, Trump is Trump is a little senile already. I'm like, oh shit. He probably thought Eugene Carroll was his wife, and he grabbed his wife out of pussy and he was like, what's wrong, babe? I do it all the time. Right? So let me finish this guy's despicable defense of rape.
Got the gist of what he was saying was a lot of these women are out here hoeing, or they'll do anything for people with money. That's what he was saying. He never said he actually grabbed the woman by the pussy. Then the man said that Trump.
So now he's lying. So it was locker room talk. If you know the Access Hollywood tape, he said he took a woman, he went out furniture and stuff like that, took her out for furniture shopping, and then all this, I grabbed her by the pussy. He was using himself. He's not talking, well, I hear there's guys out there, that usually grab women by the genitalia, and I need to try that out one day. No, he wasn't talking in the second or third person. Or someone he was talking like me. This is me. I met this girl. She was hot. When I see a woman, like, this guy is lying. And these men, unfortunately, have daughters. So if their daughter's coming, God forbid, I don't wish this on any woman, especially their daughters, as despicable as they are. If they're telling me if they come home and their daughter gets sexually assaulted, their question is like, well, baby, did he have money? Did he have money, baby? Because we have money. This is what men do. And this is a man's world. You're going to have to accept that. If you don't want your pussy to be grabbing, you can't be around successful men with money. This is the message that they're sending. Already, Brandon already said that hey, Trump is okay to do that because,
hired him to judge it. Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it. And guess what?
They hired him to judge it. So Brandon is saying, hey, look, if you hire Trump for anything and there's women and little girls involved, hey, what you want? Because
hired him to judge it. Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it. And guess what?
You know what I'm saying? So these two are on the same page as far as rape. As far as the pedophile stuff, I don't know about that, but we know Brandon is cool with the pedophilia, right? Brandon is cool with pedophilia. It's the orange man doing it. The orange man is fine. And he like to say, oh, they don't like Donald Trump because orange man not good. He's not that simple-minded. People know the orange man's not good for all the things that the orange man was doing, right? If you're a Republican and Republicans supposed to stand for upright Christian values and stuff like that, that's what I'm saying is it's just the MAGA people are back in Trump. It's just the MAGA people are back in Trump. Because if you're just a decent human being, let's say you just want to just vote someone that's a decent human being, right? From a Christian standpoint, Joe Biden's the devil, Dark Brandon, all this other stuff. Yeah, that's all right. Fine. You're going to tell me that Donald Trump is a better person than Joe Biden? How is that possible if he's having sex with a porn star while his wife is pregnant? Right? That's a good thing. He doesn't know the Bible. He said 2 Corinthians. He said 2 Corinthians when everyone knows it's supposed to be 2 Corinthians. He doesn't know. They asked him, what's your favorite Bible verse? Oh, I'm not going to share that. It's very personal to me. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I used to be a Christian. I could say, oh, the Lord's Prayer. You can just say that, the Lord's Prayer. Right? How is he moral? But again, these two guys are supposed to be upstanding moral people. Right? It's disgusting. And they're passing the insults off as black men who are Pan-Africanists. We have to excommunicate these people that are calling themselves Pan-Africans.
Hired them to judge it. Hey, bro. Hey, they hired them to judge it. And guess what?
Like, just look at this real quick, guys. Just look at this real quick.
daughter said that he used to take showers with her.
Pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
Hey.
Did you see the diary?
But Trump is not a pedophile judging girl pageants walking in on them. Like, give me a fucking break.
Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
Daughter said that he used to take showers with her.
Pageants walking in on them. Like,
he trolls my channel, and I could prove it to you that he trolls my channel. So I put a video up of this same thing up on my channel. So if y'all go to my channel and you go to videos, that's the last video that I uploaded, right? And he responded to it, and you're gonna see he responded to it by saying, let me just show you, because I'm about proof. I'm about proof. I just don't talk. I'm about proof. Hold on, let me. Yeah. I could do that. I'm showing and proving. This right here on that same video, I was just gonna just share it. He deleted it. He said, "Lucky for me, no one's watching this garbage channel." He's not denying that he said it. He didn't retract his statement. He didn't say, "Yo, Kofi, I was in my feelings. You got me. That was some fucked up shit to say." No. He think he's safe because my channel is garbage and I don't have a lot of viewers, so his secret is fine. And I wrote, "Sure, Boochie Pedo-phile Bare, you wish that is true. The secret is out for all to see." Right? So I'm preparing this show, and I was just going to show it. I'm glad I screenshot it because I know he's a person that deletes comments. He's a person that deletes videos. He said something disgusting about Martin Luther King, right? And I know he deleted it because I have a friend, we talk about Martin Luther King. He read he really loves Martin Luther King. He read all of Martin Luther King's books, so all his stories, stuff like that. He knows more than me about Martin Luther King. So I was like, "Hey, bro, we need to come together. Let's do a show together," right? So I text him the link from Brandon's from Brandon's channel. So I was like, "All right, boom, let's go do the show," because I really couldn't find it on his YouTube channel. It's deleted. It's gone. It's totally gone. It's not there anymore. He knows he says things just to grab people. Remember, he doesn't have a job. I can't be on YouTube. Again, I'm not down anyone who's getting money off of YouTube or anything like that, but I got a career, right? I can't be on here all the time. I'm a married man with 5 children, right? I can't be on here all the time like that. I don't even ask guys for money or super chat, stuff like that. I'm doing it for the love of information, right? For the love of conversation. This is something I'm just doing in my spare time. I have no incentive to lie to you guys in order to make money. Right? He's against socialism, but he's on a socialistic platform asking for super chats and donations. Like, give me a fucking break right here. This is not on. Again, if you guys go to my channel where it says videos, is the last video that I uploaded about him being a pedophile, and the whole thing is gone. It's deleted because he scrubbed it. This is the type of person who we're dealing with. We're dealing with a very dishonest, unhinged person who swears up and down that he is a proud, truthful, sensible Black man that loves Black people, while at the same time, he's going to cost his reputation. He'll take his reputation at risk, knowing that he thumbs up Donald Trump's pedophilia and say, "Well, you know what? That's okay. I'm not even going to retract my statement it's somewhere in a deep dark corner somewhere in YouTube where nobody will ever find out. There's a Buddhist saying that I like. There are 3 things that can never stay hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. And the truth is out on Boochie Bare. So I wanted to share you guys that. It's on my Twitter. You could just go check it out because I had to post it. I had to post it there because I couldn't show it on YouTube. I had to post it on Twitter. So, yo, this is I enjoy doing this, but I don't enjoy doing this. I enjoy doing this, but I don't enjoy so much doing this. But this needs to be done because he's getting arrogant. He's getting egotistical. He is like, I don't know him personally, but again, I'm going to assume he's a decent person. He has lost himself. If he was a decent person, he has lost himself. Right? So Everything says Brandon's the furthest thing from a Pan-African you could possibly be. He's a right-wing Christian conservative and a cult member in blackface. So when I was confronting him, I probably might show that on Afro Think Tank. When I think it was that same conversation I was having with him, I was telling him that he was a fraud on his own channel. I said, Afro Think Tank doesn't even say you're a Pan-African. So while I'm talking, he's typing. And he said, that's not true. Afro Think Tank said that I'm a Pan-African. So he's trying to distract me with nonsense and stuff like that. And then I was like, all right, whatever. He says, Neferkare, Dessalines took it to him too. And he said, oh, Neferkare apologized to me. Neferkare made 2 videos about how your stance was wrong. So it's again, I most likely he is a liar. Everything says, he just happens to like Africa in many other ways, right? Yeah. And I told him that I was like, you're no different from a white man that likes Africa. I'm pretty sure if I ask Elon Musk, he likes South Africa. I'm pretty sure if I ask Charlize Theron, I'm pretty sure she likes South Africa too. That doesn't make you a Pan-African. Does make it white people love America? Does that make them the true Americans? No, it doesn't. It doesn't make them true Americans in that sense. So yeah, you're absolutely right. So let me hold on. So it's something else. So we were talking about. So pretty much so he saw something. We were talking about migrants or whatever. He was saying, no, this is it. No, I'm going to show you right now. I'm jumping ahead of myself. I am jumping ahead of myself. This is where shit's gonna get thick. Hold on. I got like so much stuff. I'm trying to do it in the right way. I want to show things in order. So, so I'm sorry, guys. Just bear with me for a minute. I'm about to pull it all up. And the thing I love about this is like, it's like no real effort on my part, really, because he's doing it to himself. Like he poked the bear. So here we go.
Want to use reparations to repair anything. They want to give the money to other people. Go ahead, Kofi.
Yeah. So your homie died?
So this was to give you guys a little context. It was basically about what happened here in New York. For those you don't know, I live in New York City. About the shooting that happened on the train with the So as you see right here, it says Black Brooklyn man shot in the head during altercation with suspected migrants. So again, another right-wing white supremacist. So that, like I was telling them, like the other day, they had on Fox News, like the Guardian Angels, these white dudes that wear the freaking berets. They're in the middle of the Times Square, right? They tackled this Hispanic guy on the floor. They were probably beating him up and holding him because they're not police. They're like quote unquote vigilantes. and they were on the phone, they were on the TV with live with like Sean Hannity. They're like, yeah, we got these damn migrants. Da, 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 da. Come to find out, it wasn't a migrant. It was some Hispanic, some Puerto Rican dude from the Bronx. And that dude is now suing. So again, and he obviously he did not do a retraction, right? Because when it comes to that. So again, is if you guys saw it and saw that fight, because I saw the video, the guy's demeanor, like, look, when black people fight and Hispanic people fight, you know what I'm saying? We start putting our hands up, putting our pants up, and all that other stuff. And I heard the dude talk. If you heard the dude talk, you wouldn't know the dude was black, Hispanic, or you know what I'm saying? You think, okay, it's just a regular New Yorker, right? This dude was not a migrant. So he had to put with suspected migrant. But again, he has to use those things, those things for low information Negroes who are Republicans. So I'll just give you guys a little background.
I don't know if he's there yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, two things I wanted to say. The answer to the question where I don't know what dude asked her about the racism in Latin America. I think where he was going is basically saying, if you have these white Hispanics that consider themselves white, right, and they're racist towards black people, they're gonna have that same ideology when they come here. I think that's where he was going with it. When you ask him like, hey, why? Who cares about racism in another country? I think he was more talking about, well, if she has that mentality from Latin America, she's going to come here with it. She don't change. So I think that's where he was going with it.
But you're voting for Democrats who bring those people over here.
So again, he loves to be disagreeable with me because we're not even talking about. I don't mind talking about politics. I love talking about politics, right? But this is a non-political discussion because it has some racist Hispanic chick, whatever, on here, and the guy made it, answer it. So, I'm trying to give clarity to what he was saying. So he already has to attack me because this is the Democrats' fault, right? So he says the Democrats are flying people in here. Okay, let's explore that. Let's explore that, y'all. So when to my recollection, I remember like people from Texas, like Jason Abbott, was trafficking migrants, right? Busing migrants. I remember that. I don't remember any Democrat or anyone like that was like flying migrants in. So let's do it. So simple Google search. Did Biden fly migrants to come to America? Right? So these are the claims. So Spectrum News, So right here, I'm just gonna put it in, right? This is kind of like, I guess, local news. Claims Biden administration is secretly flying migrants into the country are unfounded, right? That's one search. Let me go again. ABC News. Okay, that link is not working. Let's go on to the next one. Government administration Biden parole flights create security vulnerabilities at U.S. airports. I really didn't look into this too much. The Biden administration legally dubious program to fly individuals and aliens over the U.S. border and directly to U.S. airports has allegedly created a law enforcement vulnerabilities to grave to release on publicity. So it's not saying it's true or not. So let's do is to get a consensus. Right. I'm going to go to here. Where was it? Okay, NBC News. Biden administration again flying migrants who cross border in one place to another before expelling them. I don't see where they were, what's the date on this? I don't see where they were flying them over. I don't see that. That's something I don't see. Biden administration flew hundreds of thousands of migrants into the U.S. CP1 app. So this is Montana. I have to read the article. But I wasn't seeing that at all. Right? I was seeing a lot of the ones where saying it was the claim it was a PolitiFact check. Right? And I really couldn't find that. So I don't want to really waste time going into it. So it's like mixed claims. But the one with Abbott and DeSantis, they were flying in migrants and stuff like that. Because again, New York is not a border town. We don't border any southern border. So like the migrant problem is a problem that the Republicans gave New York City. So by him saying, well, I vote Democrat. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. So let me continue. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, let's pick up where we left off.
I don't know any administration until this reprehensible administration that wants to just close the border and will let no black and brown people in, but let all the white people in. So that's this administration. So my second question.
This administration is literally putting 375,000 of the racist Hispanics you talking about on a plane.
So see, he's going to talk about the racist Hispanics, but he didn't talk about what I just said. Remember, the face of illegal immigration is always going to be a black and brown face, right? He doesn't care about that. He cares about his group and all these Hispanics people that he's saying that are racist, which we don't know, right? Because I'm not going to, say all Hispanic people are racist. They're not, right? The fact I'm going to say that his own party don't think that all Hispanics are racist for the same thing, because he says that they got this thing where Republicans saying, well, because the Republicans know that their policy, they don't even have any policies to run on as far as what they offer the American people. They're taking all the good policies that are good right now. All the Republicans are saying that they did it when they signed. They try to sign against those same bills that are benefiting their states. Anyway, the Republicans say that no, the Democrats want to let all these Hispanics and migrants in, because the moment they let them in, they're going to be Democrats, and then they'll get more votes. Not that the Democrats need to do that, because every time a Republican, I think since probably Reagan, that's been in the presidential office, was voted in by the Electoral College, right? Trump never got the popular vote, which meaning Trump is not a popular candidate. So when they expect this red wave to happen that never happened, they go, I don't understand what's going on. Because you guys are fucking all the fucking worst, right? So anyway, I'm sorry, I'm getting off on a tangent.
Plane and flying them into this country illegally.
Well, let's hope that they won't vote against their own bill, like what they've been doing, what Trump's been telling them to do, and Mike Johnson doing that. My second question is to
he got nothing to say. He got nothing for that. Like he got nothing to say for that. Republicans supposed to be a bipartisan bill. The reason why the quote unquote border is open is because of Republicans. The Democrats said, okay, Republicans, what you want? You saying we're not doing anything about the border, which the Democrats weren't really doing anything about the border. So the Democrats threw their hands up like they always do the Republicans. What do you want? We want all this. Okay, you guys go back, say what you want, whatever, come back to the House, and we'll come together, and then we'll sign off the bill, make it a bipartisan bill. They blocked it. Mike Johnson, which is the House Speaker, he said it's dead on arrival. So they have to still go through the process. It went to the floor, and he wasn't even in the building because Trump said no. Trump needs something to run on. You have Republicans saying that what do we have to run on? They have nothing to run on. So that's why he didn't answer that question.
I think Knox said that. I don't know if he's joking or whatever, but it's usually like a FBA point, basically saying, he said, why would he downgrade and date African woman? And they're saying that if Black Americans are better, how if that wasn't it said in jest, how is a African American better than an African?
Because they don't stink.
Oh God!
Come on, nah, come on.
Oh, so
brother.
he's just a dumbass nigga. All right, cool.
Brother, he married a Caribbean.
Why
He had like a
do you
real
guys,
valid point.
Why do you guys act like y'all? This is my thing. Y'all act like y'all don't know Knockneasy. Y'all set this dude up for failure.
No, wait, but check this out, Brandon. Obviously, I was fucking with Kofi, right?
He was joking.
But here's the thing: it's to prove a point. Y'all get up in arms when there's a shot thrown at Africans, but when there's a shot thrown at Black Americans, who are probably the majority on this panel, no one says a word. They actually make excuses for a racist person outside of our race. See, the thing with me and
that can't be towards me because that's not me. If you're talking in general, that's fine, but that's not.
Wait, hold on.
I'm saying if you're talking in general, that's fine, but that's not me. You can't be referring to me because I call anybody out. I don't care if you're from Africa. I don't care if you're from the Caribbean. I don't care if you're from America. You're doing some bullshit and you do some cool shit, towards Black people or against Black people. I'm gonna call you out. We gotta clean. We gotta keep the house clean inside. Inside and out.
First of all, Kofi, are you a Ghanaian or where you from?
Guyana.
The dustiest country in South America.
Yeah, exactly. They.
So here we go. So Mr. Pan-African, right? Mr. Pan-African is gonna say that South America, which is the only, besides Brazil and Suriname, Guyana is only 3 countries in South America that has a large Black population. Obviously, Brazil being the biggest population. So, because they don't like me, they're gonna throw away a couple million Black people away because they don't like me from where I'm from. These are Pan-Africanists, but it's okay. I know he's a fraud.
They got an Indian running them, but anyway, because I saw your comment about
America, like, where are you niggas from? Y'all.
He says so. He said have an Indian running the country. Now, I'm not going to get into the complexities of politics when it comes to Guyana. It's a democratic system. I have a video on my channel. It's not the first time he attacked. I'm going to show you guys. So he attacked Guyana. Guyana had several Black presidents. There's Indians there now that came on later, right? And the only reason why there's any Guyanese people here or anyone follows on politics, let me know if I am wrong. But there was an election. You had the Indian guy. So Granger was the Black president, right? Ali was running. There needed to be a recount. Ali won, and then the elections in Guyana, some places, it could be rigged and stuff like that. It's just a whole thing. So there's supposed to be a recount. So while the recount is happening, there's just pure war going on in Guyana. You have Black people killing Indians, Indians killing Black people. It was shit like that. So Granger succeeded and say, look, forget about the recount. It's tearing Guyana apart, which I don't think he should have done. I'll succeed. We don't need a recount. I'll give it to Ali. So that's what happened. But these fucking idiots, they don't know nothing, right? Because they're Republicans and they're coons. They wouldn't know that the story behind it or know that's nuanced. They see Indian president, that's it. Y'all niggas never had a real Black president ever. And you got Mr. FBA warrior. So he's a Tariq Nasheed dick rider, right? Literally, right? So anyway, I also want to give you guys that background.
Some niggas from fucking slums in Section 8. Like, you didn't have a country to call your own.
Who's the
What are you talking about?
So I say y'all niggas are from slums in Section 8, especially Brandon. He'll tell you that, right? He'll tell you that. Oh, my mom was on welfare and I couldn't do this. My daddy in jail. He's a walking stereotype, right? So that's why he's a Republican, because a white man was right, and to clean ourselves up, we need to pick ourselves up by our bootstraps, and niggas ain't shit. So I'm gonna get on the niggas ain't shit bandwagon politically and talk about how bad black people are, right? So that's his deal. And I said, y'all don't even have a president to call your own. Y'all don't have a country to call your own. Like it's like how you beating up on a person who has a country that has a GDP, right? Who has black people in charge, right? At every level, if not currently before, right? Anyway, I'm going off topic.
What's about a bunch of Section 8 gangbangers? Like, what the fuck y'all talking
on Guyana? Because them Indians is down there whooping y'all asses. That's why y'all run.
See, so Brandon kicked me out. So you saw that he kicked me out. I can't go. It's 2-on-1. It's 2-on-1. I'm just one person. I just hurt his feelings, and I got into his feelings, especially Brandon. He kicked me out. All right. That's why he does not like me. I do not play that. I hold it. I'm not one of these fucking idiots that come here and play nice. I didn't come to play nice. The truth doesn't care about your feelings.
Running. That's why you here. All right, and nobody fucks with Guyanese
what
food.
You say I
because all y'all eat is.
He brought me. He brought me back.
You become what you say I am. You trying to say I'm anti-Democratic. You the only nigga on here with the FBA talking.
No.
See, I said you started trying to say I'm anti-black. I said you the only nigga on here with FBA talking points.
Attacks. I said nothing bad about Black Americans. Here you are, along with the fake Pan-African brand.
The Indian is running your country, whole ass nigga.
Then Brandon kicked me out again. It's 2-on-1, yo. 2-on-1. These guys, well, not shitty. Can't, this is not his panel, whatever. Not greasy is or not sleazy is not in control of the panel. It's 2-on-1, and Brandon kicks me out again. That's why, and when I come back like months later, oh, I thought I ran you off with my debate. My debate skills is so sufficient. It was cutting you up. Nah, you fucking bitch ass. You kicked me out. It's 2-on-1. Before it's always just me and him. It's 2-on-1, yo. 2-on-1. So again, he's supposed to be Mr. Tariq Nasheed's a grifter. FBA is made up. Michi X took FBA. It's copyrighted. And you know how is the lineage? It's copyrighted. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. But all of a sudden, Brandon's FBA now. He's FBA. We got FBA not easy saying all the stuff that Tariq Nasheed would say. Let's hear on knock shitty out,
nigga. And he's gonna give y'all reparations in the form of fucking curry. In the form of curry goat, y'all niggas gonna get reparations. And now your fucking Obama phone just went out.
Can I just say this one thing?
So there he goes. But I'm gonna let him finish because he's gonna lie again.
Tell you the number, and I'm not trying to talk about Guyana, but the number one
but he is
hating on me the most on this channel are Guyanese dudes. Like for real, like that little Dwayne Wayne dude and Kofi. It's just something like I think black.
So Dwayne Wong, he's talking about Dwayne Wong. So if any of you remember, I guess about a year back or so, Dwayne Wong on Twitter found must have discovered Brandon, because remember he's using the Pan-Africanism as a way to get subscribers and views and money when he's not a real Pan-African. So I guess when he must have caught one of his lives or his videos, like, whoa, this dude is not a Pan-African. So he had Dwayne on, and again, pretty much like what happened here, nothing but ad hominem attacks. All he was doing was just attacking him personally. Dwayne, I'm gonna show you guys. Dwayne had a site of what he said and why he thought Brandon was not a Pan-African. That's all that he did. From what I read, he didn't attack Brandon personally. He pretty much said what a Pan-African is and his ideology of being a magatard. The two things, there's like antimatter, right? They just cancel each other out. It's just an explosion. It can't mix. It's oil and water, right? So that's all that he did. So I'm going to show you, because he said we just hate him. Like what? Like, I got no time in to hate someone. Takes up a lot of time. You know what I'm saying? Like hate, like no, like I'll show you right here. So here is it right here. Is it right here? So Dwayne Wong Omawale, right? Dwayne Wong Omawale, right? What's this site? It's called medium.com, right? So why would a Pan-Africanist support Donald Trump? I'm not going to read the whole article, so I think this right here is the video. Dynasty. I think he was using this as an example. I'm not gonna play it, but he's using it as an example. I believe this is the one that I was on Dynasty's channel. I don't know if I think I was. Anyway, it don't matter, right? I'm gonna read you right here. So basically, what is this right here? Where is it? It says now I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to. All right, right here. Is that it? Okay, right here it says a Pan-African analysis is one which has to look at what is in the best interest for the collective masses of African people. It is obvious from the exchange above that Brandon was in no way concerned about Trump's policies towards African and Caribbean nations, even on a local level. Brandon seemed disconnected to the reasons why the majority of African Americans vote Democrat. The fact is that in the 1960s, the Democratic Party managed to win over the majority of African American voters by presenting itself as a party which favors civil rights. Many of the prominent civil rights leaders from the 1960s sided with the Democratic Party, and some, such as John Lewis or Andrew Young, and became elected officials. So basically, he's had the experience that I have, that Neferkari has, that Afro think tank, basically saying how to be a Republican, especially a MAGA Republican, makes no sense, because the Republicans as a party, the Republicans of today, don't let them lie to you and tell you that the Southern strategy never happened, because they say real black people used to be Republicans. Yes, that's back in the day, until the Southern strategy, until there was a switch. And I say to that, for you fucking morons that say a Southern switch never happened, why is the Republican Party right now, right? Because the Democrats are the bad guys, right? And there was never a switch. So the switch never happened. Why is the Republican Party right now fighting to keep up Confederate statues? Why is the Confederate Party right now trying to fight to keep up Confederate flags at courthouses and state houses? It's not the Democrats doing that. It's the Republicans doing that. So the Republicans was always, the Southern strategy never happened. It was never a switch. Why are you have all these white people want to keep this up? Black people never wanted those statues up, and those statues were erected around the civil rights era. It's not some of the statues that they put up right after the Civil War. After Reconstruction and everything was happening, like in the late mid 1800s, coming to the 1900s, so like these things were erected, right? So anyway, So pretty much this is what Dwayne Wong is saying, right? And he's absolutely right. So he went on Brandon's channel. I'll show you right here. And a little bit of what of how the conversation went. So Brandon is lying and saying that Guyanese people just don't like you. No, people, the real Pan-Africans don't like you. Real Pan-Africans do not like you, right? Because we
hired them to judge it. Hey, bro. Hey, they hired them to judge it, and guess what?
We know who you are. You're a sellout. You're a sad person as a black man. You're a potential pedophile, and you're a homo. From what we can see here, it looks like you're also a homo because you want to have me in Wingstop. you want to have me up in Wingstop, and I don't know, your short troll pudgy looking ass is not gonna happen because I'm 6'4", and no. But maybe you're the booty warrior, the new version of the booty warrior. Who knows? So I'm gonna show you a little exchange of what happened with that conversation. Is that it? Hold on one second, guys. That's not it. What the heck happened to it? Oh, right here. All right, so let me show you guys real quick.
No. Got your mother's cunt now, eh?
People I actually respect. Tendaji, where you live at, Tendaji? Unmute your mic.
I'm in America.
America First Rifleman, where you live at?
Oregon, USA.
Lumumba, where you live at?
Ohio.
Dynas, where you live at?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. If I could, Brandon, let me get.
I'm gonna let you talk. Dynas, I'm gonna let you talk right now. Listen. So Dwayne Wayne over here, he don't give a shit about our kids, what they got to deal with at school.
That's not true. You're being extremely
man, if you don't stop interrupting me, he can.
Shout out to Lumumba because he was talking shit, and Lumumba kept correcting him about Guyana. But Lumumba knew more about Guyana, but he didn't want to hear it. You see, Lumumba, again, shout out to Lumumba. He's not talking about the article. He's doing character assassination on Dwayne. That's all that he's doing. Character assassination on Dwayne, making up arguments that's not a part of the argument that anyone brought up except for him. And he's saying, he's making an argument and saying that he agrees with whatever Brandon says he wants to agree with, which is very deceitful.
K for himself. Let him speak for himself. Dwayne Wayne over here don't care about our kids, what they got to deal with in school, whether our kids got to walk up in school with some pedophile, some transgender psychopath who don't even know who he is as a.
And again, guys, he's saying transgender, and all this other stuff when he is a person that has no problem with transgender and
hired them to judge it. Hey, bro. Hey, they hired them to judge it, and guess what?
He has no problem with pedophiles and transgender and gay people. He's gay himself. What grown man tells another heterosexual man that he wants to have his way with them in Wingstop? Like, give me a fucking break. Brandon's a closeted homosexual. He's a closeted homosexual.
As a person, or what do you want to be sexually? Some deranged lunatic. He don't care about our kids have to.
So wouldn't that be your cousin or nephew that's gay that you don't care about? Your cousin and nephew is fucking deranged too. This is what you're saying about gay people, right? They're fucking deranged and a lunatic and all this other shit, right? So that's in your family. That's from your peoples, and that's him. And Brandon's gay.
To deal with that stuff, but he cares about Guyana. This is what this melts down to at the end of the day. Wayne is mad at Trump
That
because
is
Trump
not true.
Wayne is mad at Trump. I mean, Dwayne is mad at Trump because Trump intervened in the elections of his little crappy country. So he's with
Again, called shithole, crappy country, same thing, just like Donald Trump. And he's mad at Wayne. He's mad at Wayne because of what Trump did. And the man also said Trump, not even Trump. He said, Wayne said, you heard him say, since the 60s, the United States have been, they do that all the time, involved in other countries' elections, right? To see what it is. So, to get their foothold. Like, and if you know,
Dinus. It's Dwayne's turn.
Dinus is absolutely right. But I'm gonna push back. He said that I don't know if I'm gonna play that part.
Is it really an
wait? Who's
there's other clips and stuff where you can see that I've met. Like, so because you see a lot of, I mean, there's mostly
all complicit because at the
end Dinus, we're coming back to you.
I'm not Trump. It's okay. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to find where Dwayne Wong was pretty much telling me. If not, I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. But basically, Dwayne was basically saying, like, what I'm saying, there's no way you're a real Pan-Africanist because already you're attacking me and you calling my country a shithole. You're saying there's a bunch of this and we don't do that and da-da-da-da. He said, which is not true. So he said, you ready to just prove my point. Dwayne really didn't have to say much because you don't say that about another country, even the other country, like for argument's sake, like Haiti. I don't want to use Haiti. I mean, Haiti, they're paying the price for their freedom in a way as far as like how they need to govern themselves. At least they fought and they got their freedom, right? But Haiti needs a lot of work. So you're gonna say the hell with Haiti because Haiti is in disarray? My country is nowhere close to what's going on in Haiti right now. My country, I mean, America is my country too. I have dual citizenship, but Guyana right now is going through an economic boom right now. So regardless of what they're saying, even if it wasn't, why would you shit on a whole black country? Is what I'm saying. So I don't want to waste too much time on this.
In their Pan-African thinking is you.
Battlefield. Shield. This guy is ass licking money that you've been working.
Is it called an earmark? What is it called, Lumumba? What's the name of that when they add things on to legislation? What is it called? Is it called an earmark?
Why? Again, like you guys just pretty much check it out. I don't want to spend. I thought I had the timestamp on that, but I didn't. I didn't. What I would do. Let me see here. Yeah, I didn't have the timestamp on the side. So I mean, you could check. You could just check that out. But let me show you two things that I forgot because I got so much things here. Let me show you something that I forgot to show you also. So I'm gonna finish up with Dwayne Wong. So this is his Facebook page. So his name is Dwayne Wong. So they got on him because he's Wong. Oh, you ain't black. But y'all niggas will be on some. Oh, Tiger Woods black, and all this other shit. So in Ghana, like I said, Ghana is like mostly like any other country. You have black people who mix with Indians. You have black people that mix with Chinese. Obviously, you know what I'm saying. It's not like a huge thing, but it is a thing. But this black man here, Dwayne Wong, he is a black man. So this is his Facebook page. You can check him out on his Facebook page. He's again, if you check that clip out with Brandon with Dwayne Wong, this guy, he's a real Pan-Africanist. He does Pan-African work. He has organizations. He's doing it. He's doing the work. He's putting the work in. So as any Pan-African, anyone that claims to be Pan-African, we all want to link up and see, and all work together globally. But how is there Pan-Africanism if you just don't like if you don't like one person's political outlook? Okay, brother, you don't like my political outlook. All right, fine. I disagree with yours too as well. But hey, we both black. Where are you, brother? Oh, you're in Ghana. Where you are? Oh, I'm in Long Beach. All right, what can we do together, economically and to further the growth for your country and my country and create trade relations or just link up as black, or as black men. All right, brother, you do your thing, I do my thing. At least know there's people in Guyana that's holding it down as far as Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is supposed to be our guiding compass, supposed to be our guiding light, right? Obviously, Brand, again, that's why people saying he's not a Pan-African. That's why Afro Think Tank says he's not a Pan-African. That's why I say he's not a Pan-African. That's why Alexis Fowler said he is not a Pan-African. The guy is just simply a goofball, right? So when you read with real Pan-Africans, yeah, we're gonna clash. And everybody say, everyone that he held in high esteem, like Afro Think Tank, that he used to brag about Afro Think Tank all the time. Now Afro Think Tank ain't shit. Afro Think Tank ain't shit. Like, come on now. It has to be you. If everyone's saying, bro, it's you. If my teacher that taught me, that's been doing it before me, and say, hey man, you're losing your way, I should have enough sense and enough wisdom to say, all right, this brother's older than me. He has more experience than me. He's been doing this longer than me. Maybe I need to take a step back and see what I'm doing is maybe problematic. Brandon doesn't have that voice in his head because, again, maybe he's cooning for money. He has to be cooning for money, along with him not having a job or a career or anything like that. He got all his eggs in this basket. So that was his page. One thing I also forgot to do to pick up on the deplorable dude that was there, as far as like talking about the Eugene Carroll thing, as far as like what the rape is. Not that these guys care, because remember, these guys from their standpoint is, hey, if a man has money and he's rich and he's wealthy,
hired them to judge it. Hey, bro. Hey, they hired them to judge it, and guess what? Trump
they could grab him by the pussy. If you're a little girl, they could sexually assault little children. They could do all that according to Brandon. Because according to the other guy, once you have power and status, you can do that to these hoes out here. You do that to these women out here. This is the conservative mind. This is the conservative mindset. This is the conservative mindset. So I'm gonna read the article as far as like what happened with the whole Eugene Carroll thing, and as far as like the whole rape allegation, right? So I read it for you guys. He was found liable for sexual abuse and defaming Eugene Carroll. Despite Carroll's claims that Trump had raped her, they noted the jury stopped short for saying he committed that particular offense. Instead, jurors opt for a second option, sexual abuse. So, in quotes, this was a rape claim. This was a rape claim. This was a rape case all along. And the jury rejected that, made other findings, his lawyer, Joe Toakamana, said outside the courthouse. A judge has now certified that this is basically a legal distinction without a real world defense. He says that what the jury found Trump did was in fact rape, as commonly understood. The filing from Judge Lewis A. Kaplan came as Trump's attorney have sought a new trial and have argued that the jury's $5 million verdict against Trump in the civil suit was excessive. The reason that they argued, okay, that's not the point that I wanted to do, because this is a little old, because he has to pay a couple $100 million. Kaplan roundly rejected Trump's motion. Obviously, the finding that Ms. Carroll failed to prove that she was quote unquote raped within the meaning of the New York penal law does not mean that she failed to prove that Mr. Trump raped her, as many people commonly understand the word rape, Kaplan wrote. He added, indeed, as the evidence at trial, Republicans have a problem knowing what evidence is. They want to trivialize everything that has a substantial basis and claim. As the evidence at trial recounted below makes clear, the jury found that Mr. Trump, in fact, did exactly that. Kaplan said that New York's legal definition of rape is far narrower than the word is understood in common parlance. The former requires forcible, unconsented to penetration with one's penis. But he said that the conduct that conduct the juries effortlessly found Trump liable for forced digital penetration meets a more common definition of rape. So digital penetration, you guys, means his hands, which is why these guys say, when we say he grabs women by the pussy. So that's what he did, right? So forced digital penetration meets a more common definition of rape. He cited definitions offered by the American Psychological Association and the Justice Department, which in 2012 expanded its definition of rape to include penetration with any body part or object. Kaplan also flatly rejected that Trump's team suggested that the conduct Trump was found liable for might have been limited as groping of the breast. The reason Trump was not accused of that, so the only alleged offense that would have qualified as sexual abuse was forced digital penetration. Beyond that, Trump was accused for putting his mouth on Carol's mouth and pulling down her tights, which Kaplan noted were not treated as alleged sexual abuse at trial. Right. So I wanted to get that part down with the whole pussy grabbing, and Trump say he could grab him by the pussy and all this other stuff, and why they say, well, she wasn't raped. So when they talk about rape, they meant like regular intercourse, right, without permission. So they say, well, no, that didn't happen, so he didn't rape her, right? So again, these nuances and these things have to be said, and you have to understand the case. But once you're in a cult, right, and you don't look into these things, right, without being biased, and you just listen to Fox News and Newsmax and QAnon and Truth Social, you're not going to know anything. You're not going to know anything. We could read the court cases and see this. So again, these guys, again, even if I didn't show any of you that, you heard them say themselves that it's okay. It's no problem. Once a man is rich and has status, he could do that to these hoes. This is what they're saying. This is what they're saying. Right? So let me continue it.
Hate, like self-hatred, is like wired into the Guyanese or something.
No,
because,
bro. Hey, listen,
no, bro,
Pan-Africanism comes from there, right?
No, hell no. How these dudes let in?
So he's right and he's wrong. Pan-Africanism doesn't come from Guyana, obviously, right? So, but are there Pan-Africanists? So, I forgot. I don't want to misrepresent them. Camiverse or whatever. There was something about that. I wish I've had that link. So, Pan-Africans were Burnham. Burnham was the first black president. Walter Rodney is a famous author, Pan-African and activist. He wrote the book. Oh my God. How, I'm paraphrasing, I forgot the name of the book exactly. How Africa made colonial European rich or something like that. I forgot. But look up Walter Rodney. You have George G.M. James, right? You had obviously Shirley Chisholm, and you had two other guys I can't remember their names right now. So you had a lot of Pan-Africans in Guyana. When my mother was growing up, right, in Guyana, they had African studies in Guyana, right? They will go, my mother's the oldest out of 9, and my aunts and my uncles used to go there, and they used to go to African studies. My aunt married a guy who was a drummer, the African drummer. He used to, go all over the world. They used to have drum circles here in Brooklyn, and he changed his name and all that stuff. So Pan-Africanism was grounded. There was a Pan-African ideology and thought in Guyana in the 60s. So again, they don't know what they're talking about.
Indians take over their country when they were the vast majority.
No, now check this out. Let me break down Guyana for you. Let me break down Guyana for you because there's a lot of
They got an Indian president. They got an Indian
They got
president.
an Indian president that ran on reparations for black people only to get in power. You ask any old school Guyanese person. I asked one. He used to be my parking attendant. And I said, yo, what about the Indians in Guyana? He said, the best coolie is the dead coolie.
Now, knock shitty, I'm going to give that some. There's some black Guyanese people that say that same thing. That say them same thing because they said them coolie people over there, so they wicked bad, you know. But not all Indians are like that. So I already told you guys of why they have an Indian president. I don't understand how people that can't even get a real black president or can't even get reparations. This nigga over here got an American flag, got his slave master's flag representing FBA, which is not even a historical group. It's some made up shit. Is talking about a real black country. Like I always said this. Now, back in the days when we thought Polite was about was a real Pan-African and doing good stuff, he had one good idea that I loved. That I loved. He says when all these things were happening to black people socially, economically, we're at a disadvantage, right? So when something happens to black Americans, right, what do? They do an investigation. Who does an investigation? The same people that caused you harm. How the fuck does that work, right? We get shot. What do we do? The same people, the same system that do you harm, right? Me, as let's say for argument's sake, me as a Guyanese person, and let's say the cops go in Little Guyana or a place like that, and they're just abusing Guyanese, black Afro Guyanese, or Guyanese as a period. Like, you know what? I see a pattern here. Me, coming from Guyana, I could go to my embassy and say, look, the United States is abusing me because I'm Guyanese, right? I'm black, yes, but now I have a whole country behind me. When something happens to black Americans, where do they go? They go to, like I said, the same government. And that's why they don't get nothing or get nowhere. So what Polite was saying, that since we're all West Africans, we should take a DNA test. If someone comes up Senegal, right? Ghana, Benin Faso, Nigeria, whatever, get citizenship there. Once we all get citizenship, it's just not, oh, well, we're just discriminating and segregating and doing all these harmful things to just these black people, all these black Americans. No. Now you're doing something to Nigerians. Now you're doing something to Ghanaians. And that's a bigger sting. Like, whoa, they saying we discriminate against a whole country? And then, a whole continent? So this stupid ass nigga right here with this FBA bullshit, right? It's been how many 100 years and you want white people to treat you with respect? It doesn't work. I think that was a good idea. So if Boochie Pedo-phile Bare here, right, that loves pedophilia, I mean, he's gay, so I don't know what they're going to think of him in Kenya. That this is YouTube. They're going to see his faggot ass want me ass face down, ass up in a Wingstop. If he was to get Kenyan citizenship, and I mean he's a coon anyway, he would think that, you know, cops need to knock him upside his head. But if he were to do that and get Kenyan citizenship, and something bad was to happen to a black American that has Kenyan citizenship, it has a bigger sting, right? Because they know what black people are going to do. Going to go to the same on court system and end up like Trayvon Martin and Breonna Taylor and Sandra Bland. Well, we're just going to go to the regular courts and see what happened, and, you know, Godspeed. different where you could take it to a motherfucking international court and be like, look what they're doing to us. I'm from Kenya. I'm from Ghana. I'm from Nigeria. I'm from Cameroon. Look what they're doing to these Cameroon. To me, I'm Cameroonian. Look what they're doing. Anyway, I kind of want to put a sidebar to that, and I'm pretty much just gonna just end this here because I pretty much want to just do that to make a point. So I kind of sped up on something. Let me see here. Hold on, guys. I have Anthony. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Long time no see. Glad you up here.
Yeah, I just came back in, man. I was checking the show out earlier when you first came on, but I had to go off, dip off, and do something. I say he battling with FBA again.
The thing about it is like I wasn't in the FBA space. I was in a so-called Pan-African space, but since he doesn't, like, you know what is the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So since he doesn't agree with me or like me, he's gonna let FBA rock because FBA is getting on me. So he's gonna let FBA rock. He's gonna let FBA say whatever they want to say to me, and it's fine. And again, I'm not gonna let. Look, I've been in spaces before on Twitter and things like that. And let's say you get, I don't like these FBAs, and then an African comes on there. Yes, because these niggas here. I'm like, whoa. You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. I don't play that game. We all black. You're not. Because I'm getting on Black Americans, you as an African think, well, I could just shit on Black Americans for no reason. No. I'm talking about just this one Black American person here is a this, that. That doesn't give you a green light to dump on all Black Americans and vice versa.
Yeah.
So pretty much that's what was happening in this particular space. Because again, this guy, he's not a real Pan-African. And I'm just showing you, he's making it seem like, well, no, it's just that I disagree with him on pop. I can't even have a regular conversation with him about other things because when he sees me, he sees an opposition, right? Because I beat him every time. And I was going to show you guys. So this video right here that we did like a year or so.
Hired him to judge it. Hey, bro.
Let me show you. This is how
This Brandon, that's Brandon you're talking about?
Yeah. So
yeah.
So he deleted that whole video, bro, where he said it's okay for Trump to walk in on little girls. He deleted that whole video. It's gone. Let me see.
Hired him to judge it. Hey, bro. Hey, they hired him to judge it, and guess what?
Look at the top where it says Dane Calloway or whatever, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Whole thing is gone. So if you go to my channel on my videos, the last video that I uploaded, you'll see the title of the video. If you go to his page, it's gone.
Yeah, I seen it there when I first came to the show. I seen it, you had it up there.
Yeah, it's he totally deleted it. So shit. So damn, they had another one that I deleted. You know, I should cook him some more. So when I confronted him about it, I didn't play I was supposed to play the rest of the video. So we were talking about another topic, and he was saying, "Oh, but you support this person and that's for pedophilia." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about, pedophilia?" I'm like, "Nigga, you the last person to talk about pedophiles, knowing what you did." And he said, "Well, I don't care about that shit. I don't care about that." Because the other people's like, "What do you?" No, I'm about to pull that shit up right now. People like, "Well, what are you talking about? Why would I call him a pedophile out of nowhere?" Because he's saying, because he did a show about going in on Fannie Lewis and Letitia James. Not Letitia James. Oh my gosh, I forgot her name. The prosecutor in the AG here in New York, right? And and he was like just going, yeah, because it's these black women and these black women. I'm like, just getting on black women. He said, well, you acting like these democratic black women and stuff like that. You were raised by a mother and a father, but you acting like these black women out here. And I was like, nigga, you were raised like a pedophile like Trump. Everybody was like, oh, and he's like, I don't care about that. And I showed you before, I already showed on here where so the video that you saw about him about me showing that he's a pedophile, he came on that same video and says, oh, no one's watching your garbage channel, so it doesn't even matter. He didn't deny that, well, okay, I misspoke, or I shouldn't have said that. He just didn't care, like, no one's gonna see it, I don't care.
Yeah.
And this man has a daughter.
Yes, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? So,
you know what, Kobe? I think, guys like Brandon, man, I found out a long time ago, man. That's why I've been stopped watching him. I like, this dude not serious, man. And I don't know why he gave himself that name, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back. Man,
bro, I was fooled too. Because I'm like, oh, okay. Because you want to be in the pro-black space and stuff like that. And then I remember like the first time I came on, I was like, well, I don't want to talk about politics in the Pan-African space. And then he had all these white right wing. I'm like, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe he thinks different. That's fine. Black people's not a monolith. I get that. But I'm thinking we're supposed to be operating under the frame of pro-blackness and Pan-Africanism. He doesn't operate like that.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't operate like that. So I'm like, what the hell? And if he was like, well, Dinus doesn't even call himself a pan. Dinus is just a tour guide. He's just he's just a tour guide. He's a tour guide that's just a white ass kissing Republican, right? He's not even that smart, right? So I don't care about that. He wants to do tours. He wants to make money off of that. Fine. Yeah. But when you call yourself a Pan-African, and it's like black people should take offense to that. Pro-black people should take offense to that, and I think he's doing it only because he does not have, number one. Look, I don't know his personal life like that, but I don't think this man has a career. He just has a job or whatever, right? So he has an incentive. He asks for super chats. He keeps asking people to donate. Hey, there's not gonna be no more show if you don't donate. I got like one donation today. I'm like, God damn, that's hat in the hand shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I you know what I'm saying? I'm doing this just for the love of doing. I'm taking out my spare time as a father and a husband just to do this in my spare time, just spread information. I like talking to people. I like debating with people. Friendly debates and stuff like that, because the friends I have now, I've seen these things, right? So, but with him, I think there's a financial incentive. It is not going to be like very honest with you, or he really believes the madness, because I don't understand how he has that position of saying, okay, Joe Biden's creepy. We're going against pedophiles and gays and transgenders, but Trump grabbing people by the pussy, Trump raping people, Donald Trump on the Epstein list saying he likes them young, Donald Trump saying he wants to have sex with his daughter. That's fine. But it's you Democrats are the evil ones. I'm like,
hey man, you know what, Kobe? When the first time that I seen brother Brandon, I would tell you the truth, until I seen his wife and everything, I thought he was gay. I thought he was gay. I did. I really did. I was like, it ain't my business, but I'm like, this dude, because they had a thing with him and Dinus. Well, Dinus, when he was going to he was taking people to West Africa, man. He was going to Nigeria.
Yeah.
And that's the first time where he had a show where Brandon was on the panel. And it was a couple other guys. This other guy named what's his name? It's like, I don't know, it's like Jabari or something like that. And I'm like,
I know who you're talking about. You're talking about
brother. Yeah, they with the BAIO thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
The black, the thing that College Genesis them used to have. The BAIO. Yeah, one of those guys, his name is something because he do a show with this sister from Liberia, Miss Cal Thumbele. You know, she be breaking down Liberian history.
Okay.
And this guy Jabari be on the show. And I was like, you know, the dude kind of like, you know, I think the dude might be gay. You know what I'm saying? But he had both of them on the page. Well, actually, that dude is. You know, he even came out and said it. But
I don't know who you're talking about. I think there was some transgender dude. I don't know if he was ever on Dinah's channel. It was some gay guy, transgender guy. He used to be on Brandon's channel all the time.
But this guy was he was one of those guys. He didn't, you know, he looked like a guy, like a brother, but you know, he talked real sweet. But but they was on the panel and they was, you know, and they were just talking about like, is this country like a country that's, you know, like safe for LGBT people to go to? And I was like, damn. And I was like, Dana, you on your show?
In Liberia, he was talking about Liberia is it safe for LGBT people to go to Liberia?
Well, you know, they was talking about different countries in West Africa. Because Dinah was getting ready to go on a tour, like take some people to Liberia. You know what I'm saying?
He wanted to know if it's okay to wear his little pink outfit. If he go there.
Whatever they was, but I was like, and that's the first time I seen Brandon. No, because he was on the show too. And I was like, hey, you know, man, you know, you can't, some people have, you know, they talk a certain way, you know, sometimes they don't be their way. But like when I looked at it, I said, man, this dude, I think that brother, is he kind of sweet or something? That's what I thought. But then again, you know, later on, I seen he had a wife and children, though, you know.
Yeah, probably his mannerisms is kind of feminine, but
you know, some people have those mannerisms in it, you know, and they really don't be like that way, you know. But I mean, I thought he was though until I seen he had a family though. But
nah, but
man, I don't think Brandon serious no more, man. I mean, no. Ever since he had his little tiff with Tariq Nasheed, you know, I said, I don't take him serious no more, man.
Yeah, I mean, after the whole Tariq Nasheed thing happened and stuff like that, I was like, well, maybe he really wants to get at him because I thought he was a Pan-African, but he's really a person that he only goes after black people. And he makes it seem like, well, you know, I'm just cleaning the house, or, you know, I am my brother's keeper, or shit like that. But then but he'll never go after white people. So he's just like Tariq Nasheed. He will not go after white people.
Yeah, they both go. They both go.
He'll only go after he'll go after white people like Joe Biden and anyone that's a Democrat, right?
Yeah.
Me, if you want to go after Joe Biden, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You want to go after Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Chuck Schumer, I don't care. See, the difference between a real pro-black Pan-African person, someone that understands history, I have no president in the history of my life or in the history of this country that I could say, that's my boy.
Yeah.
He's saying that Trump is the end all be all. You said one time I said that's how I know you a coon, because at least you keep saying I love Joe Biden. I could say right now, fuck Joe Biden 100 times over. I don't give a fuck. He could fall down and die right now. I bet you won't say it about Trump. Well, if I said about Trump, I'll be stupid. That was his response. I'm like, wow. But I'm the sellout.
Man, this plantation.
He can't even fix his mouth to say that.
Yeah. They be playing plantation politics, man. And, you know, that's why I say, man, you know, brother, you man, don't pay them FBA people no man. Don't do it, man. I mean, hey, they're an easy target. You know what I'm saying? They're easy target.
Nah,
they don't know nothing.
Gems.
No, I mean, well, you know what? A dummy could tell another dummy anything.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, two dummies know each other. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you have people who, like, if you're a person who don't know anything, who is ahistoric, don't know anything about history, you know what I'm saying? And then you talking to another person who don't know anything about history. I mean, you know, I put it a perfect example. Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah.
You know, Noble Drew Ali. Now, you know, he went around some black people who didn't know a damn thing and told them some bullshit. And now you got Negroes running around here with fezzes on their head. Talking about they from Morocco.
No, they're from Morocco, and they also been here because I used to go here in New York at the Black Theater in Harlem. They used to have, like, a couple of years ago, I knew what they were about, but I knew this guy. He was trying to have me go. Let me go here for fun. They been here already, but they're from Morocco. I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, the treaty. I'm like, nigga, that had nothing to do with you. At that time in Morocco, you were a fucking slave.
Exactly.
You were a slave. They didn't have black people going there representing. So even that treaty is valid, like you said. Your black ass wasn't here. Oh, no, see, brother, we was already here. So the Indians is us. I'm like, oh God, come on.
Yeah. But see, this all goes. It's okay. You know what I'm saying, Kofi? This goes to like black African people in America, black people in America. You know, when your brain, remember you know what happened, because our people in Guyana and all over the Caribbean and the Central South America had the same experience, but but not to the degree that the Africans in America did. Now, Africans in Guyana, you could go to Guyana right now and still go to African communities in Guyana where a lot of the culture still practice. Maybe not the language so much as it once was, but the culture. You know what I'm saying? You can see the culture, the direct connections to West Africa. You know what I'm saying? You can see that. Okay, you could go to Suriname and see the so-called Bush Negroes, those Africans. You know what I'm saying? Who they got? They have as much of their culture in contact as Haiti does.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you could go across the Caribbean, across the diaspora. But when you get to North America,
it's different.
You know what I'm saying? You get to North America. Now we have some of our culture left.
There's remnants of it. There's remnants of it. It's just not as prevalent.
Yeah, and we don't know it, and we don't know it. We do things and don't know. Hey man, that's African. But I'm just saying, the brainwashing in the taking away the drums. You know what I'm saying? That's a big thing. Now, other people, our family and the rest of the diaspora had their drums, but they took away the drums from here. They say y'all ain't gonna be sending no messages to no other plantations, none of that stuff there. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So they took away that. You know what I'm saying? And took away names, took away religion, and so much that now, you got a people like, man, we ain't no damn Africans, we ain't got nothing to do. We ain't got no ties to Africa. I don't know nothing about
the Dane Callaways.
Yeah, exactly. So, and here you go, you got a people who don't have who feel like they don't have an identity. I'm saying these Negroes today, because our ancestors back then during slavery, they had identity. That's why they made their church. They named their church the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? That's why they named their lodge the African Lodge.
Yeah, they don't know their own history, because here in America, all the societies in the beginning and the places of church and towns was called Africa Town, Little Africa.
Yes.
So in Louisiana.
Yes.
They got a place it's called Little Africa. There was this boat. Oh my God, I wanted to do a show on that. I forgot the name of the boat. There was this boat. It was somewhere in the South. I think it was in North Carolina or South Carolina, where slavery ended.
You talk about it. It's in Alabama. It's in Alabama.
It's in Alabama?
It's Mobile, Alabama.
Yeah, and this guy got this. I guess he still knows slave merchants.
Yeah.
He got the ship, snuck it in full of Africans.
So you talk about Brother Cujo.
Probably. But I forgot.
Yeah, Cujo Lewis.
Okay, yes. I forgot the name of the boat that they came in.
The boat was called the I'm trying to see. I used to have the name. It might have been the Clotilde.
Yes, the Clotilde or something like that.
The Clotilde.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, I didn't know. I learned that about like a year ago. I didn't know that. And
that community they found a town called Africa Town.
Yes, and they had a town called Africa Town, right?
Yeah.
And they're all like in this community, like by themselves,
yeah.
Right? And they didn't know that slavery was like abolished because they just kept it private, right? So, and these people intermingled, right? So when you got these FBAs and you got these ABO and stuff like that, they weren't getting Indians. They weren't getting Indians. They're the same people like you. Because if they didn't, because their whole thing is like, well, Tariq Nasheed's talking point is, oh well, look, the slave trade. Now a lot of us came here because we were already here. I'm like, that's dumb. That makes no sense. The two things don't go together. But anyway, let me finish this up. I mean, you can hang back
Yeah, hey, go ahead, bro. I'm gonna be in and out because I got to go and get this stuff on the stove ready.
All right, man. Yo,
I'll just be listening. I'll be listening to you. Yeah, I'll be listening to you. All right, take it easy, man.
All right, you too. Thanks for coming by. Thanks. Yeah, that was Anthony, man. That's a good brother. He's from Louisiana. I would like to do a show with him because he has a lot of history about Louisiana, and he was dropping gems on the last time he was here, and I want to talk to him on some more. So he knows a lot of history about Louisiana, like things that I didn't even know. So that'll be a good brother to talk to about things. So yeah, so what's up, Naps? Except he's y'all swing FBA. Yeah, what's up, Naps? So that's Nappy Yankee. Check him out. You know what I'm saying? He got a good channel. Yo, I hope you got your channel back up, man. Because I was checking for you. I was wondering if you got your channel up. So hopefully you got your channel back up. All right, cool. All right, so there's a couple other things I want to share with you guys. Hold on a second. There's no sound, Papa. There's a couple of things I want to share with you guys. So like that example that I was telling you guys before, right? I want to find that video because remember he already scrubbed the comment, so he's scared. He's scared because he's saying no one's looking at this bullshit channel, right? So no one's looking at my channel, Brandon. Why did you erase your comment? Why did you erase that comment if no one's looking at your channel? No one's looking at my channel, right? Because he knows. He's not even going to say, "Oh, well, you know what, Kofi, yo, my bad. I didn't mean that. I misspoke. That's some dumb shit." Right? Then I would have kind of like left it alone. I would poke fun at him a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But to not denounce pedophilia, just to say it's okay for Donald Trump to go in on little girls and look at little girls and poke at little girls, and this man has a daughter. Like that shit is that is sickening. That is really, really sickening that you would be so entrenched and have, as a Pan-African, have such love for this white man that you would say is okay for this white man that's in control of laws and has power, that you're gonna be a cuckold for him and saying that it's okay for him to sexually abuse little girls, knowing that you're a father of a little girl, right? I mean, the shit is just fucking pathetic. Here, let me share. I'm gonna play a quick. I want to get this other video of him, like the one I was talking about. So you know what? Let's do this one. Let's do this one. This is how this shit all started. So as you see right here, right? I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it now because I want to show y'all guys. He doesn't have this video up anymore. Like I was telling Anthony, this video is gone. Right? I'm going to show you the title. Look at the top screen once this is over, because this is what's right here is my response to the original video. But once I play it, you'll see the original title of this video, and you won't find it on his page.
Hey, they hired them to judge it. Hey, bro. Hey, they hired them to judge it, and guess what?
Hey,
Trump Hey, bro. Hey, they hired them to judge it, and guess
So you see where it says Aboriginal.
what?
Hey,
Trump
They hired him to judge it. So you see where it says Aboriginal TV? Then on 15-year-olds is that they hired him. They didn't hire him to judge. It doesn't even matter. That they hired him to judge it, so it's okay. So you sleazy piece of shit. So maybe in your twisted, sick, deranged mentality, maybe the LGBTQ community, like, hey, look, they told me to come over, So I guess I can walk in on them and do things to kids and children because they invited me over. They paid for me to come. Like, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? This is his response. And everyone on the panel don't say shit. So he thinks it's okay for grown men to walk in on his daughter. Grown men to walk in on his daughter changing. So if he hires someone, let's say he hires a contract to do work on his apartment or whatever, right? So contract hired to do work in his apartment. Hey, I'm about to do this in your daughter's room and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll do that, or anywhere in the job. If the guy could just walk in on his daughter changing, hey, you hired the guy. What the fuck, yo? Serious?
They're hiring to go back there walking in on them, but you're Republican, so it's cool.
Like I said Trump just said you're Republican, so you're gonna make excuses for that. So he said his excuse for that is that he hired them. They hired him, so it's okay if he walks in on 15-year-old girls.
He has been investigated more than anybody ever.
Yo, what does that have to do? I showed you guys testimony and articles of those women of those girls that are. So sorry guys. So if you caught it, you could see the title when of when I was on there. It's no longer there. It's no longer there because he deleted it. Right, just like when I posted in my video about him doing, about him saying that, he came on my channel on my video saying good thing no one's gonna see it because I don't have that many subscribers. Again, not denying what he was saying, not making corrections or retract what he said. He's gonna let it fly, and it's not gonna cut into his pockets, right, for his subscribers and super chats because I'm a small channel and no one's gonna know. So he's safe. He's good. So that's this is just despicable. If I didn't like him for anything else, that alone is just disgusting. That's just disgusting. Like, is this a man that will let someone do something to kids because of their political affiliation? I will hope not. I will hope not. Right? Let me see if I can make it so right there, if you guys are right here, it says so go on his page where it says Aboriginal TV, Dane Calloway, Supreme Chief Holiday reaction. The Wabo have found a new scam. Look for that title, guys. Go on his page. You can do it now or later. Go on his page. Look for that same title. Let's say it's about a year or two ago. Look for that title, see if you can see that title and find it, right? And ask him if you don't mind getting kicked out. Or if you're on his live or whatever, ask him, hey, Brandon, why did you erase that? I thought you made Kofi look bad, right? He had the whole panel backing him. And no one said anything. That's the crazy part. He said, hey, bro, they asked him to judge it, and no one said, yo, what the hell, man? What? Everyone was quiet as a church mouse. And I'm the only one going like, did I just hear what I just heard? But I guess when you live in an echo chamber and you're in a cult, people just let out, well, it's about Trump, so we gotta turn the other eye. It's niggas like this, right? I don't like hearing stories like that, but you hear stories about people molesting kids and children because the parents or the people in the family don't want to believe that Uncle Charlie's touching Tiffany, or Uncle Brian is touching Tanya. Oh, he ain't gonna do that. Come on, you stop making a fuss now. I remember I used to date this girl, right? And I was, before I came to her house, she had to tell me a story. I'm like, she's like, oh, before you come here, she said my father's gonna act like, like we best friends and stuff like that. Like, what you mean act like we're best friends? Like, what do you mean? It's your pops, right? And it's when I found out that she's really fucked up in the head. So I know her mother didn't like her, but she never really told me why her mother didn't like her. So she's like, look, she was like 18 at that time, like 18, 19 at that time. She's like, look, when I was a little girl, so up to like 2 years ago, or whatever, my father molested me. He used to molest me all the time. And she's the youngest. No, she's the middle child because it was 3 girls. He had 3 girls, and she was the middle child. And yeah, and I couldn't take it no more. I know it was wrong. And I finally got the courage to tell my mother. And my mother, like, I know she believed me, but she was more angry with me than anything. And our relationship changed since then. She just made my life difficult. And after I told my mother, my father stopped. Right. So we don't talk anymore. It's the only time I will talk to my father if I like need money or something like that. Right. And I was like, God damn. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, that's why me and mother, we don't really get along. So, and they're still married, everything. They never had a conversation of like, baby, oh my God, da da da. No, mother just treats her bad. Like, this is the type of man that we're talking about, y'all. A type of man where he will turn a blind eye to pedophilia and to groomers because he just doesn't want to believe it. This is a dangerous person. This is a dangerous person to have in our community. And when it is like he's holding a mirror up to himself and he can't come to terms with that's how he is and what he is, and he knows that is wrong. So he puts that on other people. And that's what he does to me. He puts that on me. Right? So I just wanted to show you guys that, like, that's the name of the title of the video that we originally were speaking of. Right? So real quick, what I want to do, I kind of, man, you guys, you might have to take my word for it. So, because I don't think I'm a liar, and I hope you guys don't think I'm a liar and stuff like that. So I think I deleted it. Yeah, I think I deleted it prematurely. So anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to play it. So we were pretty much talking about yes, I skipped it. So pretty much during the whole indictment thing in the beginning, the first video that we showed you, he insulted Guyana again. So those are the last 2 times I was on there. Again, we're just talking politics. So he says, I know you from the dusty place of Guyana, but this is America, and this is what an indictment means, and da 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 da. And Trump would not, yeah, sure. So what if Trump said that he wants to be a dictator twice? He said it twice, and he wasn't joking. So what if Trump said he wants to get rid of the Constitution? We have a place of laws and balances and stuff like that. So what I really want to show you guys basically is real quick is that for those of you who may not know, hold on, I want to have this up. For those of you who may not know that we all know Trump wants to be a dictator. We all know Trump wants to be king. Now, I believe, Brandon's a very low information idiot, or he's pretending not to know, right? So there's this thing called Project 2024. And what Project 2024 is, remember, Trump was already president, and he didn't really know, he's not smart. He doesn't really know how to wield power. So Project 2024 is the plan that Steve Bannon and all. He's going to place the whole government with loyalists, so he could be a dictator. So yeah, if there's checks and balances in a democratic society, now if you have loyalists in those checks and balances, then you could, okay, like Roe v. Wade, right? He got Roe v. Wade turned over legally in a sense because he filled the Supreme Court with conservative judges. So that's how you could tip the scales in your favor. So he's going to take that plan and he's going to apply it to the whole entire government if he is going to be president again. So real quick for you guys that don't know.
Crackpots, insurrectionists, and weekend terrorists are laying the groundwork to turn our government into a Trumpist nightmare if the former president somehow manages to get back into the White House in 2024. The AP reports on the plan laid out by a Project 2025, a government in waiting for Trump's return. Quote, the idea is to have the civic infrastructure in place on day one to commandeer, reshape, and do away with what Republicans deride as the deep state, firing as many as 50,000 federal workers. The goal is to oust employees they believe are standing in the way of the president's agenda and replacing them with like-minded individuals. That should sound familiar since it's directly linked to Donald Trump's authoritarian plans overall. The New York Times reported in July that Trump and his associates have a broader goal to alter the balance of power by increasing the president's authority over every part of the federal government that now operates by either law or tradition with any measure of independence from political interference by the White House. Numerous former Trump officials are involved with Project 2025. And look, it's not some shadowy behind-the-scenes effort. It's been open about its plans to gut worker protections and dismantle environmental protections. It includes their plans to make pushing right-wing Christianity the federal government's job. It's all in there in the nearly 1,000-page playbook calling on the next president to maintain a, quote, biblically based social science reinforced definition of marriage and family. As Guthrie Graves Fitzsimmons writes for MSNBC, concerned about policies of this kind aren't only about the possible return of Donald Trump to office. This is about the next Republican president, whoever it may be, is going to be pushing Christian nationalism. Joining me now is David Korn, Washington bureau chief for Mother Jones, MSNBC political analyst, and author of American Psychosis, which comes out on paperback next week. David, I always say that the most dangerous people when it comes to protecting our government, it ain't the guys in shaman costumes, right? It's not the weekend warriors with Punisher signs on their flak jackets that they got at REI. Okay, it's men and women in suits who write policy, who slowly but surely undermine our government. Put this
expertise-driven civil service government workforce
would be gone. I want to play you some sound because this is really important. This is Paul Dans. He's director of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project on firing federal employees because I think this is key.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what we want to do is make sure that the federal bureaucracy is being directed by the people through the president and his team.
Here's the thing. We already have the Republican organization. I keep saying they are not a party. They are a terrorist front.
Yeah, so that's that. Steve Bannon, if you look at the video, Google Steve Bannon Project 2025. They're all talking about it. I think he was overseas on some radio show, some program, and he was going step by step what they're going to do. Pretty much saying, I'm paraphrasing here, saying, hey, look, we had an idea of how the government worked, but since, we know what we have to do to make corrective measures in order to get the results that they want. Right. So again, this is complete fascism. This is getting rid of all the checks and balances that a democracy has. Because remember, again, the Republicans party is not a popular party. Donald Trump did not win the popular vote. He got in there through the Electoral College, right? Which is, you know anything about Electoral College? It's something that was based in slavery. And can we count black people as it make no sense? You count all them niggas as actual people? Are you gonna do that? No, we need more delegates. It's a whole thing. If you guys and you know about the Electoral College, it is very race based, and it needs to go. So because it makes no sense if you're in a democracy and the popular vote, you have to listen to the people, and the people votes for one candidate over the other. That's what you should go to. A small minority shouldn't overturn that decision that the people had that the people made. So yeah, that's what that's about. Check the chat. Boochie Bear live today thinks Mr. Bay might be taking him to court. Oh, really? I thought that was like a dead thing. I thought so. So okay, so now he's messing with him. Damn, he love going to court. Over what? I don't know. But man, thanks, Mark. Thanks for listening in. Yeah, so that's a dangerous precedent to set as far as like, oh, why when you having Donald Trump in, and that's one of the things that I'm concerned about, right? So that's all like why we wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. Like, look, if I had it my way, it would be Cornel West. It would be Cornel West or Bernie Sanders. I prefer Cornel West though, right? But Cornel West is not going to be on the Democrat ticket because the Democrats freaking sabotage freaking Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders is far left, not far left, but he's left of the Democrats, centrist Democrats like Joe Biden, right? Bernie Sanders is left of Joe Biden, right? To the point where they call him a socialist, but that's what everyone runs on. Like fucking Herschel Walker. When Herschel Walker was running, he ran on socialistic programs. Oh, well, American people need this. American people need that. You're gonna give American people this, American people that. Runs on a Republican ticket. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Y'all don't need that. You don't need this. So it's they're full of themselves. That's why Republicans aren't popular. If you want to check out the play-by-play of Project 25, this is the actual website, and you could read what they're saying. I really didn't read it in depth, but from commentary and people who read it, it's very fascist, it's contradictory. It's saying, well, hey, we shouldn't have all those rights to do that, but again, we should. It's whatever favors them what they want, right? So you have Section 1, taking the reins of government. It's detail, if anything. At least it's a blueprint. There's a blueprint for it. There's an actual freaking blueprint for all of this, right? And on how to do it. They did it before. They're going to do it again. And what? Jared Kushner got $2 billion, but Hunter Biden, which was proven to be a hoax because the FBI agent that submitted that form was pretty much working for Putin, was a Putin oligarch, right? So all that fell flat. But here you have Jared, like Hunter Biden, that never worked in the White House. I'm not gonna say he tried to make money off his father's name. Most definitely, I think he even admitted that in these sham hearings. Like, yeah, I did this and I did that, whatever, because I was using the name Biden, like everybody does. You got the Trump family; they're doing that, and they're in the White House making money doing deals. Donald Trump is making money off of China. Everyone that comes to like America, as far as like delegates and stuff like that, he has them stay at Trump properties. So he's making money off of the side. He had Chinese businessmen going to his hotels. And Jared Kushner walks out of there with $2 billion. But no. Let's not look at that. Let's make some shit up about Hunter Biden taking money and giving it to Joe Biden. It's a fucking mess. Right? So I want to play for you guys because I think it's very important to know. Now me, I'll give you guys a little bit of history. So me being from Guyana, so I don't take offense to it. But when people say, "Hey, don't drink the Kool-Aid," you have to understand that's coming from Jim Jones. So if anyone know about Jim Jones, crazy white man that took a lot of some black people in America and some white people. He was doing some crazy shit. I'm paraphrasing here, I'm not giving you details, doing crazy shit. And the government was after him, so he took the rest of his parishioners, went to Guyana, went into the jungles, the jungle of Guyana, went into the jungle of Guyana. My mother and my aunts were alive at that time. No one knew they were there because you could just come to Guyana, go to Georgetown or wherever, stuff like that, and just keep going south and you just disappear into the bush because it's just nothing but jungle out there, right? And we understand what cults are and how people get into cults. So when it happened, when the United States was when that was happening, people had to let us know that was happening because they said where they went, and we even know Jim Jones was back there doing all that. So obviously it was too late, right? So we know what cults are. So what I want to show you guys a little bit, I'm not going to play all of it, but I want you guys to make a correlation as of to Brandon and his homoerotic fixation of me being in Wingstop, his little short pudgy, okay, I can't say it because it's YouTube, his little short sassy behind have me in Wingstop like he wanted me to, right? And have his way with me, right? That's what he wants. That's what he told me, right? And Trump and him being a pedophile. Again, I'm going to assume he's a decent person. I'm going to assume. I really think he's struggling, but let's say assume he's a decent person. He's in a cult. So when you're in a cult, your brain works differently. Your brain works differently. So I want to show a little quick video here about how do you know if you're in a cult? How and what are the signs of being in a cult? I kind of want to show you guys that so you can make pretty much a correlation as to well, is MAGA a cult, or is there just people who have just strong political affiliations? So let's just look real quick as far as like what is a cult.
Members are usually so committed to this. The word cult is defined as a system or group of people who practice excessive devotion to a figure, object, or belief system, typically following a charismatic leader.
Already they hit 2 benchmarks. A system or group of people who practice excessive devotion to a figure, Trump, object, or belief system, MAGA, typically following a charismatic leader, Trump. Trump is charismatic. He's a fucking idiot, but he is charismatic. You know, he tells jokes, he makes fun of people, he makes names up for people. He's like a Tariq Nasheed. He's just like a Tariq Nasheed. Oh, so these tethers and you and your jerk chicken and your jollof rice. I smell jollof rice, sir. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Sir, I smell coconut. You're from the islands? No. See, we don't do that. We FBA. Trump does the same thing. Trump does the same exact thing. So let me continue.
The term is commonly connected with highly unorthodox religious sects that take part in sinister practices and demonstrations. In some cases, this is true. However, cults can be non-religious too, with many examples popping up throughout recent history. So what makes a group a cult? One characteristic that we reviewed already is that there tends to be a leader that the group follows with unquestioning faith. the leader supports and preaches a particular doctrine, belief system, or ideology that members adhere to. Members are usually so committed to this belief system that they are easily persuaded to commit unethical, if not illegal, acts that have been deemed justifiable by the leader.
So that would be Brandon thumbs upping, saying that pedophilia is okay for Donald Trump because we just saw the definition is through a charismatic leader, and the belief system is MAGA, that is operated by Donald Trump, committing unethical things. So we know pedophilia is unethical, and Brandon is fine with pedophilia. I wouldn't say as a whole, maybe Trump says pedophilia as a whole is fine. I mean, it is. He wants to have sex with his daughter, but he is fine with the pedophilia of Donald Trump committing pedophilia. It's like with well, I think no, they were underage, so it's like the Nation of Islam with Malcolm X with Elijah Muhammad, right? He was having sex with a whole bunch of underage women. He was already married. He's having sex, and he fathered all these women. So Malcolm X is like, okay, you're my leader, you're my mentor and everything, but I'm going under the rule of what Islam is and what you should do according to Islam, right? And Malcolm X said, hey, you got to stop that. But Elijah Muhammad had a very cultist mentality, saying, how dare you, and his followers saying, how dare you, Malcolm X, who I brought into the fold, tell me what I should and what I can't do, right? And credit to Malcolm X, and that's why Malcolm X is Malcolm X who he is. He's like, no. This is bigger than all of us. You're not gonna say we're the righteous people and we're the people of the book and all these righteous things that all black people need to adhere to, and you're doing this behind our backs. If you're going to be a leader, be a leader. But no, he wanted to be a part of the cult.
Let's take a look at 3 examples that highlight some of these key characteristics of cult culture and their often dangerous behaviors. In 1967, Charles Manson founded the cult known as the Family. This is one of the few examples of a non-religious but dangerous cult. Manson believed that the United States would soon fall into an apocalyptic war between the races. He recruited members and brainwashed them into believing that after the race war was over, they would be asked to lead the country into the dawning of a new age.
All right, so that's just an example. I showed you guys that. I think I pretty much proved that MAGA is a cult because they hit all of those benchmarks. If you can't, and I also use a non-political, well, it's a religious sect too, the Nation of Islam. Look what Malcolm did. Malcolm was like, no, we're a religion. We have to adhere, even though religion is kind of like a little bit of a cult, but in its righteous form and in its right way to practice it is like, hey, look, these are the rules we have to abide by. That goes above man. So religion is supposed to be something that, hey, you may have a leader like an imam and people like that who's supposed to guide you, but at least they have a rule book, for lack of a better word, that this is how you're supposed to conduct yourself as a person, right? Elijah Muhammad wasn't doing that. And the Nation of Islam is a new sect of Islam, right? So, and I'm pretty sure Elijah Muhammad knew that, but then everyone has to fall in line to what he wants, not what the Quran says, what he wants. Same thing with Pan-Africanism strikes blacks, right? Because he's a Pan-Republican strikes blacks because he's not a Pan-African. Everything he does is in opposition of black people. So he's doing the same thing when it comes to Donald Trump. Like I said before, he cannot fix his mouth to say, oh, fuck Donald Trump, right? Or I don't want Donald Trump to be my president. Okay, what? And I asked that, besides Donald Trump, who else do you want to be president? he doesn't have an answer. Like, what? He's like, why would I want that? Like, he's it. He's like the greatest. Get on his knees, just slobbering Donald Trump. This is the type of person who we're dealing with right here, right? So the leader can do no wrong. Leader can do no wrong. So he'll thumbs up his pedophilia, right? Even though Brandon probably has gay tendencies himself. So I want to show you one last video of what a cult is, so we get a consensus.
At long last, you were embraced among your people, among those who could see through the lies that your friends and family did not, among those who seemed to understand the world you all lived in better than you or anyone you had ever known, among those who had an answer for everything or a book that contained it. You found the truth, the theory of everything, and at the head, you were inspired by a leader who was kind and knowledgeable enough to show you the way. Some of their practices and restrictions seemed strange at first, but they were always quick to provide an explanation so straightforward that you felt foolish for even asking. You spent hours in their meetings, hours became days, and days became stays in their shared accommodations. They had insights and explanations for your past, and it all made sense. Why couldn't your friends and family see what you could see? Why were they resisting the truth? Your leader said it's because they've been deceived into a false consciousness, and it may even be too late for them. You wanted to keep trying to help them, but they didn't even seem to understand you anymore. Your leader insisted that they're distracting you from the mission, that they're polluting your revolutionary spirit, and besides, why do you even need them when you have us? Perhaps you're not ready yet. Perhaps he was wrong about you. But no, you wanted to prove yourself ready. You wanted to see this promised land. Your leader told the whole group about your second thoughts. You were ashamed, and they were disappointed in you. They needed you to prove your commitment. So later on, when the leader exposed a few of your comrades as traitors to the cause, you had your chance to prove yourself once and for all.
So if you follow what he says, if you don't follow the cause, they call you traitors. So using this political paradigm, this ideology called MAGA, what we're talking about. So you have people like William Barr, Jeff Sessions, a lot of people in his cabinet that wouldn't swear loyalty to him, and they're not going to go to jail. They're smart. I'm not going to go to jail for you. Mike Pence, I'm not going to go to jail for you because you want me to do something that's unethical and illegal and something that's against the Constitution. It's very easy to connect these dots, right? They're not going to do that. So these people are called never Trumpers. They not MAGA. There were secret Democrats that Trump hired. These are explanation of cultists when they can't rationalize something that's plain and the truth that's in their face. They have to always explain it away and jump through all these hoops instead of just looking at it for simply of what it is.
Ready to pull the trigger. Or perhaps you would see the signs. Perhaps you would escape. Perhaps you'd be able to avoid the fate that so many before you did not. For those unaware, I'm an anarchist. I believe in the radical transformation of our world from below, based on building the powers, drives, and consciousness of people to manage their own affairs without relying on rulers to direct our destiny. I talk about how we can see that change in my video on how we can change the world. So many issues plague our planet, and I truly loathe the systems of hierarchical power that prevent us from controlling our lives. I want more of us to have the capacity to cooperate with others freely, to share our resources, and protect our planet. We need to organize. That much is abundantly clear. And I'm so glad that more of us, at least in my generation, have developed that necessary passion for change. But I'd hate to see that passion exploited and misdirected. Political cults are alive and well, many on the prowl for recruits, and whether past or present, on scales large or small, they've done significant damage to radical efforts. Of course, political cults are not exclusive to the left. They're quite common in right-wing spaces as well, and some left-wing cults end up becoming more right-wing as they become more cult-like. However, most, though not all, of my focus will be on left-wing cults, because it's quite frustrating to see people who could have done so much good for the cause end up veering off course. With so much at stake and conditions truly ripe for a new crop of cults to develop, we need to understand what political cults are and learn to recognize the signs, looking at historical examples to avoid the emergence of cults and cult-like behavior.
I found this interesting because he said left-wing cults, and I didn't understand what he meant by like what left-wing cults in that manner. But I like his bit, and I like this. He sticks to what the facts that our cults are, and now you could have your personal, if you're honest, your personal ideology of, well, these people, particular people, fall in the cult because these are the benchmarks of what a cult is, and yada 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 yada. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. He mentioned some people that I feel is noteworthy in checking out as far as like what a cult is.
A cult, according to the Open Education Sociology Dictionary, is a relatively small group that excessively controls its members, who share a set of acts and practices which require unwavering devotion and are considered outside the norms of society. The group is typically led by a charismatic and often self-appointed leader. American psychiatrist John Hodgman describes a destructive cult as one that veers toward remolding individuality to conform to the codes and needs of the cult, institutes new taboos that preclude doubt and criticism, and produces a kind of splitting where cult members see themselves as an elite surrounded by unenlightened and even dangerous outsiders.
So that's very pretty much what we're talking about. So in this day, in this political climate, right, you have MAGA and you just have regular Republicans. But right now, MAGA is the Republican Party, right? So you have people that Liz Cheney's daughter, right? She's not MAGA. So by her standing up to MAGA, right, with the whole January 6th hearing, right, getting nothing but Republicans to testify. Because remember, the January 6th hearings, there were like no Democrats testifying. It was everybody in Trump's cabinet. The only people that would have probably been, I would say, that weren't Republicans were the Capitol Police, where you had a lot of black, I played it on my channel too, where you had the Capitol Police, where the black ones were saying that all the Trump supporters were calling them niggers. And how you had the one that was testifying. I think he said he was trying to run for like Senate or something. This guy, bald guy, black bald guy with a goatee. Check him out. He was saying, they were telling him that they'll take his own. They're lucky it's not. They always say this stuff. You're lucky it's 2020 something and not 1910 and stuff like that. They're gonna kill him with his own gun, right? So January 6th would be a perfect example of that. So Liz Cheney lost her career is ruined as a Republican because she wasn't a part of MAGA, right? So now she has no position, and you have a lot of these Republicans, they're resigning.
The term cult itself is fairly contentious in sociological and psychological discourse, considered a pejorative by many. Still, for our purposes, we'll be guided by these definitions and further qualifications to identify cults and cult-like behavior.
All right, that's pretty much it. I think we kind of got the gist of what a cult is. I kind of wanted to end it off that way so we can at least be a little bit educated, instead of just throwing, words around, we could actually understand that the words that we're using. So I feel that he is definitely an occultist, no doubt. I mean, if you follow my channel and you follow other people's channel as far as like TYT and other progressive groups, they go out to Trump rallies. They go out to Trump rallies and they interview Trumpers, and the shit that they say is fucking insane. They will say, okay, so they will say Joe Biden is okay. So election was stolen, right? Joe Biden is not the real president, right? So it's really Donald Trump. At the same time, saying the economy is messed up, gas prices are up because of Joe Biden. How do those two things exist in the same space? Like I don't understand how does that work? Or Obama's controlling everything, or it's insane. It's totally insane. But I definitely feel that he is definitely in a cult, and we just need to watch out for people like him. So I'm gonna go to Mark Scott. It says Boochie. Oh, I'm sorry, I did that already with Mark. R.K. Kennedy would be okay, but his whole vocal cords and his voice is hard to bear. I wouldn't personally go with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. only because he is anti-vax. That's the only reason why I wouldn't go with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. because he's anti-vax. So that, a person like that, I think he would dismantle the CDC. What's up, Juana?
What's going on, Kofi? You know, when you having this American politics, sometimes I like to engage you, you know, because you seem to be one of the few people out here, you know, on the left who is not ashamed the fact that you are a Democrat and you are speaking strongly on certain topics and certain issues. And I think that your voice is very relevant nowadays because we're only hearing from one side. So it's good to hear from another side from time to time. But I have a question for you though.
Sure.
Okay, so
I got something for you too, because remember last time you said Trump was rich. He's a billionaire. He can't even come up with $1 billion. But go ahead.
Okay.
I was waiting for you, man.
Oh, let's come back to that. Let's come back. So we can address. We'll address it. We'll address it. So Kofi,
Yeah, what's up?
what is wrong? What is wrong with what Trump did to become the president? What I mean by that is creating the cult of personality, where he knew and understood that creating this populist leader figure and having certain talking points, it would eventually get him to win the presidency. Give me a. What's wrong with that? That's the first question I have.
Well, he didn't actually win the presidency, and what I mean by that, I spoke about that earlier. He didn't win the presidency as far as like, okay, we're in a democratic society. You're supposed to vote. Whoever gets the most votes win. But Trump never won the popular vote. He won through the electoral college. Right?
Yes,
he had more electoral. He had more electoral college votes, so that's why he became president. Right?
That's the system. That's the system.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a system they had since slavery times because you got more people in here, you got more black people, so it's a racist system, right? That they need to get rid of. So, from my study and understanding, I could be wrong. I have no problem being wrong. If someone check me, that I think the last two Bushes, I think since Reagan, that all Republican presidents were voting electorally. They were voting electorally, right? So they weren't voted in due to the popular vote, due to the will of the people and all that stuff. So to answer your question there, that's why. So when you said he was voted in, he wasn't necessarily voted in for the people. So I know I didn't answer your question, but that's kind of the reality.
No sweat. But you would agree that half of the country, less than half, based off of what you're saying, because of the electoral college, voted that Trump would be president. That's happened in the past.
Electorally, not popularly. He's never the popular vote.
Electorally.
Obama won the popular vote, right? And he had a little more electors than other people, but he won basically based upon the popular vote.
And he won the electoral college because he wouldn't have been able to become president.
Yeah, he had more electors.
Right. So I'm asking. Um, the last popular candidate who I would say had the same kind of dynamism as Donald Trump on the left was Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders betrayed a lot of the people on your side by backing Hillary Clinton. He had a whole lot of young support going in, and for some reason, he decided to jump on the Hillary Clinton train. And I believe that he was the last person who the Democrats would have had to really give give Donald Trump a good dose of his own medicine, because he was a popularist, but he was a popularist on the left.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been like a Sandersism as opposed to Trumpism. But I
Uh-huh.
think that who you all have right now in Joe Biden, he's a, oh goodness man, he's a lame duck, Kofi. He's a
Yeah.
lame duck.
And
So I mean, what do you do?
he's a centrist. He like most Democrats, he'll talk that good stuff and do something else. You know what I'm saying? He'll do
So
something else.
what y'all gonna do? What are y'all gonna do? Because you have to. Well, it's really set in stone now, because I think that Biden is the person for the Democratic Party now. They're not running anybody, and it's gonna be
So
Biden and
let me
Trump again.
so let me because you hit a lot of good points as far as the Democrats, what happens to Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders backing Hillary. So this is why I hate the Democratic Party, but they're the most popular party. So Bernie Sanders, the Dems did not like Bernie Sanders at all because he was too much of a progressive, right? He was too much of a liberal, to the point where I find this asinine. They call him a socialist like it's something bad, because everything is in this country is based on socialism and capitalism. It's a balance that we have, right? So this is a socialistic, capitalistic society. That's why we have Social Security. That's why we have safety nets, right, for people. Those are social
Sure,
programs,
sure,
right?
sure.
But Bernie was so far left that was cutting into capitalistic policies. So, like Medicare for all, healthcare for all. Whoa, the healthcare industry is billions of dollars. Wait, you want us to provide healthcare, and on top of that, you want us to give you like free prescription? No, they didn't want for that. So what they did, what's her name? Something Brazil. So they sabotaged
Yeah,
Bernie,
I
and
think
they were
Dion or
giving
Donna
Hillary
Brazil.
Clinton like answers to the debates and all this other stuff. So the Democratic Party sabotaged Bernie Sanders. Right now, I think he did endorse Hillary Clinton. Politically, that's a good idea, even though I don't like the fact that he did that, because I never liked the Clintons, right? But it is what it is. Was better than when it was, far as like Donald Trump. You rather have, so what happened with the term of Donald Trump versus what happened with Clinton, it would be better with Clinton. Now, people that are centrists or independent or on the right that are black will say, oh, well, but, and we spoke about this before, crime bills, that's a blemish. And I'm not going to say that's not a blemish on the Clintons' record. What they did in Haiti during the hurricane. Like, I used to work at this place, and I was meeting a lot of black Republicans. I was meeting a lot of black Republicans, and then I didn't understand. And I was like, wait, why are all these Haitian people freaking Republicans?
Republicans.
What the hell is going on?
Yeah,
And
yes,
one of the
yes,
guys,
yes.
he was security guard. We were talking, and he was like, yo, he's like, look, they don't know who Trump is, except for when they watch TV. They don't know who Trump is, like what his background is. They know who the Clintons are, The Clintons said they're gonna build these houses and they're gonna do this. They're gonna fundraise for this. They got all these millions of dollars, and not this. The guy, my Haitian friend told me they probably built like 1 or 2 houses out of the millions of dollars that they got. So
yeah, they gangsters, no doubt about it.
Exactly. So I'd rather vote for Trump, right? Not knowing they don't know anything about Trump. They're not voting for Trump because Trump is the best candidate. They know the Clintons are the worst, and it can't be worse than Trump. So I understand their vote. The vote makes sense, right? At that time, right? The vote makes sense.
Yes, they're voting against the Clintons. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, sure.
And if I was Haitian and I didn't, and all I knew about Donald Trump was Celebrity Apprentice and shit like that, like what the fuck, who cares? It just makes sense. But me knowing who Donald Trump was and the things that he was saying leading up to his presidency before he was president, I'm like, I don't know. This is insane. This dude is crazy. You know what I'm saying? So, and guess what? Okay, I don't want to overtalk you, so I don't know if I answered your question there.
No. I understand what you're saying. The New Yorkers know Trump, okay? Because he's in New York. You know, Trump Towers is in New York. The Haitians know Clinton because the Clintons have interest in Haiti. They've been doing gangster shit in Haiti, like you say, promising certain things. So when you see this, a lot of so-called black support or Black American support, you may not know that some of these people probably have Haitian connections to them, so they know the Clintons personally.
Yeah.
You know, the axe I have to grind with Biden is he went to South Florida, and he said on a public platform, tell the South Floridians the reason why crack cocaine hit America is because of the Bahamas. I thought that was a ridiculous statement. You know, so I would vote
under Reagan.
for that off of the strength of that shit.
Under Reagan with the Contras and putting drugs in black cities, in black neighborhoods.
I understand, but this is what Biden said. So I'm listening to this bullshit and I'm saying to myself, oh, he's not my candidate, you know. And I'm remembering that Trump he used to do business in the Bahamas. And he employed a whole lot of Bahamians get employed because of Trump being here. So on an international basis, I understand why some people have like the Cubans in South Florida are complete Republicans. Why are they Republicans? Are they coming from Cuba? You would think they would be leftists. Well, they are the wealthy Cubans who escaped Cuba. So it's a lot of international political dynamics. And then you have the internal population like yourself who have a personal who have personal knowledge of Trump living in New York City. And you like, hell no, I would never vote for this guy. So it's just a whole lot of context that goes into the story and why we are not necessarily electing people based on ideological lines. We are electing or refusing to elect people based on the fact that we are close enough to them and we seeing what they've been doing. I think that's the issue.
Now I think when people say, well, Trump is good, so you hear like a lot of black Republicans will say some, and to me it's fucking selfish. Well, my stock prices went up. I'm like, okay, that's it? That's all you got? What you mean that's all I got? I'm like, bro, we know that. If you're doing
it's America, baby, it's money. It's America, Kofi, it's money, bro.
Obama. I'm not gonna say Obama's a good president because he bailed out the fucking banks. And I had and let's say I had some stocks in Fannie Mae. Oh, my stock went down. But the moment when Obama did a stock, the corporate buyout, right? Oh, my stock went up because what happens? Most of those same companies, they buy their own stocks to inflate the prices of their business, inflate their own stocks, right? So to me, yes, I get that. And Trump did. So how is that good for America? Are you saying that all Americans got stocks and bonds and IRAs? Like, no, that's ridiculous. And people like that. And I understand if I was talking to someone like a Bill Gates or someone that makes 200, 500 grand. I'm talking to people that don't even make 100 grand. That's what I don't get. Like, you want something more than that. So I understand Trump is good for business, but you don't own a Fortune 500. You're gonna say you get some bullshit LLC, so you got a couple $200,000-$400,000 and stuff like that, and he's the best president ever. While you have all these other things that that America needs, right? Infrastructure was bad. Trump said he was gonna fix Obamacare. He didn't do that. He didn't do anything. All he did was give money to rich people, say, fuck them Africans, the Mexicans gonna rape you, and all this shit. What else did he fucking do? That's what I ask people. That's what I ask. That's you as a regular American making from like $25,000 to $100,000, which is the majority of Americans, right? You have a combined income. So like me and my wife, we have a combined income of less than $200,000. I'm still in a higher in a tax bracket where it's like middle class or upper middle class, but
that's not bad.
I'm not getting a tax break. Tax breaks for people. I think it's for, correct the number. I need to look it up. It's people who's making like 500,000 or more or something like that. I'm not getting those breaks unless I have stocks and stuff like that. So I will ask Republicans, why would you vote for Trump without fear mongering? Why would you vote for Trump? The gays.
Yeah, but Kofi, first of all, when Trump is in power, when business is in power, automatically taxes go down. They don't necessarily. Many people would argue that taxes go down. That's the first thing. The
taxes
second
go down
thing,
when what? I'm sorry. Taxes go down when what?
in different kinds of things. It depends on what you're doing. If you're a business owner, you're not going to pay heavy taxes because, as you say, that because the Republican Party is the party of business, they don't want.
No. They both are. No, I didn't say they both are. Trump is just extremely transparent about it because they both take corporate buyouts. They both take legalized bribes, which is called campaign, quote unquote, campaign donations and things like that. So they're all corporatists. They're all capitalists. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all those Democrats. Yes.
Same thing. Same two different sides of the same butt cheek. I understand. But what I would say too is this. When between Trump or Biden go in office, and I say if Trump goes into office, you would find that the S&P, especially people who own any piece of the S&P right now, any one of them 500 companies, but they will profit a whole lot because stocks are going to shoot out of the roof because they know that Trump is pro-business. So if you are a stock owner of any of one of the 500 companies in the S&P, you're going to benefit from that, brother. You're going to benefit greatly. It's a monetary incentive that I feel like you're leaving out of the conversation. And since America runs on money is the order of the day in the United States of America. At the end of the day, people want to know whether their bottom line will improve. And I think that with Trump in office, he makes sure that happens, as opposed to Biden, who is just regulatory. We're going to regulate all these businesses. We're going to cross the T's and dot the I's. We're going to heavily tax any business that we feel like they're doing something, quote unquote, untoward. They heavily tax it. And in a situation right now when people are economically hurting, most people are going to go for the bag, or person who may be able to show them where the bag is. Ultimately, now I understand there are some other social issues that we want to talk about: equality, justice, policies in that regards. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about America, the bottom line, Kofi, and I know, it's money, brother. It's money. It's about the dollars.
All right, so let me respond to what you just said with this. So on Fox News, the pro-Republican channel, Fox host touts Biden's strong job growth, dismisses recession fears. Let me replay it.
And we've been talking about it for a long time. This could actually be the soft landing that they were hoping for. So fingers crossed, it would be good because less people will lose their jobs.
These are very good numbers for President Biden. Right. He'll make the most of them. They're good numbers for Main Street because clearly employers are hiring. There's plenty of jobs out there. But I think eventually it'll be bad news for interest rates and Wall Street. Eventually.
Right. So Fox News had to admit that. So the stock market was hitting record numbers, record high numbers, GDP growth up, unemployment down. They hit record numbers, right? So I understand what you're saying.
300 and 300.
It's already happening. It's
But
already happening.
For Kofi, 311,000 jobs.
That's an old number. That's an old number.
Even if it is, let's say 500,000. Let's say 500,000.
Record breaking.
No, that's no problem. No, it's no problem. No, it's no problem. The population of New York City alone is 8 million people.
No. That's not for New York. That's just pretty much. I don't think it was for New York. I think they were just basically just saying as a whole.
That's worse, Kofi.
Rates of jobs, I don't know. But
yeah,
it's
but
record breaking.
Okay, no problem. It's record breaking. But I'm saying to you that the population of the United States of America is 330 million people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I don't even think 300,000 is less than 1%. Less than 1%. Less than 1% of 330 million. If I have my mathematics right.
The other variable we have to add will be the unemployment rate. So if you're adding, so you have to, and each state is different, right? Each state is different, right?
Okay.
So if you have, it depends what state you're in. So of course, one state, so New York is going to have more jobs than Idaho. LA is going to have more jobs than North Dakota, right? So when they look at unemployment rates, you have to look at unemployment rates and job growth depending on where you are. So I'm not saying it's unemployment is at zero or next to zero. All I'm saying, the numbers bear out according to the Department of Labor and according to the Dow and the stock market, that record GDP growth, right? The stock market is doing good, which means they can hire more people and have more jobs. Joe Biden also signed the Chips and Science Act, where they make semiconductors and chips and all these technological things that they're going to be building here in America. The Build Back Better, right? Where they're redoing roads, airports, all these things in America, which creates jobs. And those numbers reflect that.
The numbers are, Kofi, the numbers are extremely dangerous, because now we're talking about statistics and what goes into statistics and these numbers.
No, it's not.
Let me finish.
It's not a projection. This is
problem.
what he's doing. This is what.
No problem. But the question I have is, what kinds of jobs are these? Number one, are these permanent jobs or temporary jobs? Number two, and
they're permanent jobs. Go ahead.
Where did he say that? Where did he say that in that thing?
Whoa. Come on. Okay. Hold on. You're sitting here. We're smarter than this. We're smarter.
I'm saying, don't go for me. I gotta ask the question.
If someone is saying that the Chips and Science Act, where they make semiconductors, is a factory where we've been making electronics and chips in America, that's, to me, sounds like a permanent job. If you're doing the infrastructure of America, right, all across America, building roads, building highways and byways and stuff like that, that to me sounds like a permanent job. I don't understand how. I don't know what you think a temporary job is.
You know why that sounds like a permanent job to you? You know that sounds like a permanent job to you because because you haven't seen yet or understood yet that when that factory is created, right? And the leftists like yourself tell the president and the powers that be, say yes, this is a job, 300,000 jobs, whatever, but we're gonna set the what's it work minimum rate, the minimum rate of work. Which I can't remember the name. How you are phrased?
Minimum wage.
With minimum wage, we're gonna set the minimum wage starting at $15 an hour to make these computer chips, right? So the business owner of that company will look at that and say, what am I getting from this when I could have an Indian boy make the same chips in India and I only pay him $1 instead of $15 an hour? What do you think that business is gonna do? Where's the incentive? Especially when the leftists are known for heavily taxing so-called companies and corporations. What do you think they're gonna do? Where is this incentive for the corporation? They're gonna move to India, Kofi. That's why I say it's temporary. You just don't know that yet.
Well, again, you move the goalposts. First, it was, well, hey, are these jobs permanent? Now the jobs are permanent. Now you're talking about minimum wage, and they're gonna take it there. So
it's an important thing to discuss, though, Kofi.
So already, I said it's the factories already supposed to be in here. So I will read the bill, but I'm pretty sure he's saying it's being built here. He didn't say we're going to have a business and just have it anywhere. No, the business is supposed to be here. The Science and Chips Act is supposed to be something in America. That's the whole purpose of him doing it, because we used to buy it, a lot of it overseas, but they're doing it in America because of China's the Science and Chips Act. They're making semiconductors, computer chips in America. Now,
okay.
So we already passed that. So that's a permanent job. So now you want to go over to, well, are they going to make enough money, right?
Okay.
And then you're linking that to, well, even though under this particular government bill, we're not supposed to, I don't know who to give the contract to or whatever. I'm pretty sure there'll be some company that's going to be open government contract to do that. But I'm pretty sure the stipulations in the contract would be supposed to be in America. So they can't even take it out because the whole reason is to build jobs here. Now, as far as the minimum wage thing is concerned, as far as like a factory worker, especially in the technology field, I don't think these are people that are going to be making pennies. I doubt that. Manufacturing jobs are usually very high-end jobs. I think the only thing a company would be against, and Trump was against this because he is a capitalist and he's not a socialist in any way, shape, or form. That's why he wants to deregulate a lot of these. He wants to deregulate the CDC. He wants to deregulate the EPA because these are checks and balances where you just can't do whatever you want. So I'm pretty sure that the wages in these factories are going to be a living wage. We're not talking about, hey, we're buying our meat from another country so we can open up more McDonald's. Like, no one's paying McDonald's workers a lot of money. But
so far you tell me about a bill, that the chips bill, that is supposed to keep jobs here. So that's one industry. So I don't know how many companies that's going to create and employ. The brother in the chat was saying that something is going on in Texas. But is that what you're saying? Is hiring 311,000 people for that particular month?
I don't know the number of they're having, but they're supposed to create jobs, just like the Infrastructure Act, where you're building highways and redoing airports and other buildings like that. Those are contract jobs, right? So those are jobs. Again, it's kind of like, why would we go to China and hire Chinese to do work to build the infrastructure of America? That doesn't make any sense.
No, that doesn't make any sense. But historically, what they do is take that same so-called immigrant labor that people complain about, the illegal immigrants, and they hire them to do the infrastructural work.
So I'm gonna tell you something right now. My cousin came from Ghana when he was 15. My cousin is a bridge engineer. He worked on, if anyone knows New York, he worked on the Queens Bridge, the 59th Street Bridge, Queens Bridge. He works on other bridges in Connecticut and stuff like that. He works for a construction company. He works for has a contract with New Jersey Transit where they're making different lines, right?
He has his own contract.
Hiring.
He has his own contract.
Hiring outside labor.
He has his own contract.
It's a government contract that he's on.
He has his own contract.
No. His company has the government contract.
Oh, okay. His company, who he works for. Okay, I'm like, that's crazy.
Because he's a bridge engineer. So he fixes bridges and he builds bridges with the company that he has. My uncle has his own business in his father has his own business in Guyana. He has his own business in Guyana and in England.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. No. So you saying that they are told not to hire people from other countries unless you could show that you're an American citizen, you won't be able to. That's what you're saying.
If you come here and you have an engineering degree, then that'll be fine. I'm not HR. I'm not human resources.
No, I ain't talking. Kofi, I'm not talking about the thinkers. I'm not talking about the thinkers. I'm talking about the laborers. I ain't talking about the thinkers.
I'm not HR. I'm not human resources. I don't see anyone busting in a whole bunch of people from somewhere else. Like I understand what you say, but it sounds like fear mongering on.
No, Kofi, come on, bro. You live in New York City, so you know good and well that some of the people who are actually doing the labor, especially the people on the scaffolding and things like that, sometimes these brothers,
It'd be a bunch of white boys. It'd be a bunch
sometimes,
of white boys.
Sometimes they be Mexicans. They be Mexicans.
He's in construction right now. I have a Jamaican friend. He's in construction, right? He said them crackers is racist. They said they had this black guy. They needed cement. He told me a story where they needed cement, right? So they got their regular cement guy, right? He said the cement guy don't do shit. They got to call him. They got to call him down. He just sits around, gets paid. When he does the job, he does the job. They needed more. They hired this black guy. They had his own cement truck and things like that because they needed extra help. They end up calling him. He comes there. He's there. He's doing the white man job that the guy that's already there all the time that don't do shit that they complain about, right? Come time to cut people, who they cut? The black man that's hardworking.
Is he a part of the union?
Everything.
Is he a part of the union?
White boy sitting there.
Is he a part of the union?
Complaining.
Is he a part of the union?
I think he probably is part of the union, but the guy when he was working, he's a union worker too.
Okay.
But they got rid of him. My man's like, yo, how you just get rid of the dude that's busting his ass and y'all complaining about the white boy? Well, they ain't gonna call him a white boy because they white themselves. And he's not doing nothing. We always gotta twist his arm to do his own job. Where you got this guy, he's doing all this, doing extra work and picking up his slack. Right? So as a construction worker, you have to be certified. Now, it doesn't work like, okay, Jimmy Bob went down to the Home Depot and got a couple Mexicans to work on the job site. From what I know, you had to be certified.
It doesn't work like that in NY then. I guess because
if I want someone to do something to my house, I'm taking a chance by hiring just any Tom, Dick, and Harry contractor. But on a professional site, hey, maybe they do it, but they're not supposed to do it.
That's not been my experience. Like I say, I lived in New York for a short time. I live in South Florida, and I know in South Florida, some of them people are fresh off of the boat. You know, back in the day when I was living in South Florida, and I know that a lot of them didn't have all the so-called certifications, and like you saying, I guess regulation kicks in, and you wouldn't be allowed on certain sites unless you could show your paperwork. Whereas back in the day, it wasn't like that.
Let me ask you a question. What is, to me, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you have a problem with regulation. Do I have that right or wrong?
Too much of it, because I think that sometimes
so let me ask you, I'm sorry. So what's the reason for regulation? So I could get your mind frame, because I'm not saying that you are, but a lot of Republicans say they call that deep state, and this is that. You need to get rid of the regulations. And
no, regulation is good sometimes because it helps people from being harmed. In particular, let's say in the medical industry, you know, these guys who go in the lab and create these products and then slap shiny stickers on it and say, "We'll help you do this," but they don't say the side effects is gonna cause you to piss out your liver. You know, a regulation will stop these kinds of things and happening. So I understand that. But when you say, "Oh, we're gonna regulate everything," like you see these kids out here selling water or selling lemonade on the streets of New York City or any suburban place, really just trying to make $1. You know, they buy it in the grocery stores wholesale and they sell it in retail on the street. No. We need to have you to get a certificate and a permit to do. Come on, bro.
No,
you
that's
need to get a business license.
That's some Karen shit.
But when you regulate, you don't. They shouldn't be able to sell these things without having like. No, that's what regulation is.
You gotta give me a better example. It's like jaywalking. It's illegal to jaywalk, but no cop is gonna. You know, one time I saw when jaywalking was illegal. I used to work in Queens, right? And Queens Boulevard is a huge street. They have a lot of old white people there, and Jasper or little old Albert is going over there, going along with Esmeralda, and the cars are just, it's like almost like a highway, and they used to get hit. So what they did, they started making these guardrails. So people are so used to like, man, I'm not walking like a city block just so I can cross here. I want to go to the store. So people used to jump those little rails, and cops started giving people jaywalking tickets. And everyone started laughing because everyone knows it's a rule, but it's a rule that's not enforced. And I'm pretty sure right now they don't do that anymore. But at the time, I understand why they did it. So you have to give me a better.
I'll give you another example. I'll give you
an explanation. So Donald Trump and people that are for the fossil fuel industry, for like coal and gas, they don't like the EPA is because the EPA is an environmental thing that's based upon, hey, look, you just can't frack anywhere. You can't drill oil just anywhere where you want to go, because when you drill oil, it causes environmental hazards. So Donald Trump one time wanted to start freaking drilling in Yellowstone or in natural parks. People are like, are you freaking insane? You can't do this. Is a natural habitat. You can't do that. Fucking EPA. You know what I'm saying? So
they're extreme. I think that Trump them sometimes with their capitalist interests are extreme. But I would say this. Let me say this. When the environmentalists complain, they complain about something that could happen maybe in the next 1,000 years. They come with these very vast possibilities. They wouldn't tell you this. They say you're destroying the environment. I said, okay, when is it going to take effect? Well, maybe in 2,500. Our future generation.
So you're saying are you saying global warming is fake or global warming is real? But
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
it's not going to affect us now. So who cares?
No, I'm not saying that, Kofi. I'm saying that when environmentalists talk sometimes, and when they get down to the brass taxes of what could possibly happen, we talking about, first of all, we talking about a possibility, and then we talking about the next 1,000 years. This may occur if we do these things right now. If I spray this Lysol spray, it's going to destroy the upper layer of the hemisphere, and it's going to cause the sun to directly hit me, and we're going to all be burned up in fire and ashes. When is it? What's the possibilities happening? Maybe 0.01%. When is this going to possibly happen?
I gotta cut you off there. That's
okay.
So for your example, you saying like aerosol cans, right? So if you have aerosol cans and it's lighter than oxygen, it's like helium, and it goes and it deteriorates the ozone layer. You're destroying the ozone layer, which depletes the ozone layer. It has a domino effect, and you get harmful UV rays and stuff like that. I mean, for black people, most of the time, we'll be fine. It's really a white people thing, I guess. But you're destroying the ozone layer. You need that. I don't understand from an environment, from a person who cares about the earth, right? We should find better ways, especially with the science that we have right there. But if all your money is locked into fossil fuels and that's your bread and butter, and you like, fuck, I love the earth, but I love making money more, you're gonna want to fight against that.
I hear what you're saying. Like I say, I am not an extremist.
And think about it's not even in the last 1,000 years. We're talking about in the next like 100 or two. Let's say in the next 2 generations or less. If we keep doing this, it's gonna be what did Grandpa did? What was Grandpa doing? Or what was great grandpa doing? We're really looking at our kids and saying, well, your kids is gonna suffer, basically. Now,
these are possibilities. These are stretches. Like right now, we can't use plastic.
This is science, man.
My scientists say different. Like my scientists say different. We could get scientists like we just had a guy, Fauci, your guy, leftist guy. He was talking all kind of madness.
Hold on. Okay, again, I hate when y'all make me defend freaking Democrats. I hate it. Fauci is not a leftist. Fauci's been in an administration for like since the Bushes, and no one had a problem with Fauci until you had freaking Donald Trump that freaking politicized something that's not supposed to be politicized as far as like COVID. Like my boy Shaka Zulu that was on the other day, he was saying that COVID-19 is not real, and I was like, and I was coming to the end of the show. I wanted to talk more about it. Well, I've been on for a long time. I wanted to talk more about it, and I didn't want to also get my channel flagged, but things like that, like you can't like Fauci. They didn't like what Fauci said. Right, he gave a little bit of misinformation, was irresponsible of him, right? But Fauci does not have a political agenda. He's been through several administrations, and no one even knew what he was until Donald Trump came around, and Donald Trump politicized COVID, right? That's why I think it was Mark. I don't know. Mark, let me know. Say he wants to he'll vote, because I said if it was up to me, I'd rather have Cornel West be president or Bernie Sanders, and he said RFK, and I said I wouldn't fuck with RFK because he's an anti-vaxxer. So that's the only reason why I wouldn't mess with anti. So perfect example, someone like RFK Jr. would defund the CDC. No more CDC, because they're giving out quote unquote poison to everyday people, right? These are people who still think that autism is caused by immunizations for children, which is all bullshit.
They're extreme. They're extreme. I am concerned, though. I would say this. I am concerned about what was in that cocktail that these people have forced the world to put in their bodies. I'll leave it there. I don't want to labor on this point because it is a touchy issue, and I don't want for you to get your channel in problems. So I'll go on to another example.
No. I'll answer it because I'm going to answer it in the regular way. So
careful.
That doesn't violate anything. Because
okay,
my background, my background. I'm in logistics and supply chain. I am a buyer. I'm a purchaser.
That's awesome.
I buy services. Right. I have done this job, right, for aviation. So aviation and pharmaceuticals companies, and as well as IT companies, right? So when COVID happened, supply chain was bad, yada 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 yada, right? I work for a pharmaceutical company, and just me working for a pharmaceutical company, seeing how things are made, knowing the science of how things are, it has to be. So when people say, okay, for perfect example, people's like, well, I don't believe the vaccine is real because it has a cocktail. And I asked, without getting complicated, because people may not know certain sciences, and without getting too details in the sciences, I basically asked him this question. I said, have you been, we're all grown here, have you been to public school? Yes, I've been to public school. Since when? Since kindergarten. You went to college? Yeah, I went to college. You got immunized. You got shots.
That's true. That's true.
You got shots since you were a freaking.
I think Kofi cut himself off. Kofi, you cut yourself off? Oh man, I think Kofi cut himself off.
No. You hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you now.
Yeah. I was banging on my table and I hit my mouse because I'm a little passionate about this. So
there's
my
a
whole
difference
thing
we can
is
talk
like,
about in a minute.
because my whole thing is like, let me go with what people say that it kills you, right? Why only now, out of your whole life of getting shots from when you were an infant, there's a reason why no one has polio. There's a reason why people don't have measles. There's a reason why people don't have all these diseases. Why? Because of vaccines. I remember my mother had a friend. I forgot what country she was from. I forgot her name was like Lisa or Lolis or something like that. And she had like these crutches. I'm like, I said, Mommy, what's wrong with Lois? She's like, oh, she had polio. Like I'm like, what's that? It's a disease that you have. And I was like, but people like that are not, in America. I don't see people like in America or in Guyana that has that. She's like, yeah, but where she grew up in, they didn't have the vaccines for it. So it's too late now. She can't get. I'm like, oh. So when people say these things, this is what comes to my mind. Now, if you're a person that's like, look, I haven't been vaccinated for shit, and you still alive, I'm like, oh shit, okay. But every person who I talk to has been vaccinated for other things. So I asked them, why now is this a problem? I lost friends. I lost friends over this.
That's a legitimate statement.
This guy said, oh, Bill Gates, that. It got politicized. I'm like, what? I'm like, bro, that it's gonna kill you. I'm like, okay. Over billions of people at least got one that's been vaccinated at least once. Where are these millions and millions of deaths?
First of all, that's a legitimate statement you made. That's a legitimate statement. Now, my pops died because of COVID, right? Let me just say that. But I would say this. I know
several people who died of COVID.
Yes, but I would say this. All of the vaccines that you mentioned, they went through the proper process in, I guess you know how the procedure works in terms of testing and all these other things.
Animal trials, they had human
all
trials.
of that. Sometimes those trials take years.
Okay, so it was short. Okay.
It was extremely short. It's almost like we making lemonade for the world. You stir this, you throw in a little bit of this, and here you go. Yeah, I'm asking that for me, that is the difference. That is a huge difference because I feel now you could correct me, but I feel like all the protocols in reference to going through the trials and animal trials and all these things like that was shortcutted. And now you could explain to me that if it wasn't or not. I feel like this vaccine, as you suggested, was made very, very quickly. They had to shortcut it because it was a world crisis. So I'm saying, of course, there may be issues that's going to occur from these so-called vaccines that they're doling out all around the world. And I feel like some of these vaccines was harmful, Kofi. I feel like that, and I shouldn't use the word feel in speaking to a scientific person like yourself, but I just feel like there was some effects of the so-called vaccine, and the governments are not necessarily saying that. So you could correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Well, you are right as far as like clinical trials were a little bit expedited, a little bit faster, normal than usual, right? So the first people were to get it were adults. the last people were to get it were children, right? Because they didn't know how safe it was when it comes to adults. Then they did, clinical trials with children and things like that. So I would say yes, that is correct. It was a little bit speedy from what I've seen and what I've heard. But so far, it also is like we gotta understand this is a form. So you have COVID-19. There were other types of COVIDs, and this is pretty much influenza on steroids. Now, COVID-19 is mostly fine for if you're a healthy person, right? And this is what people understand. If you're a healthy person, you may feel a little sick. You may get really sick, and you'll get over it within 2-3 days. Now, this being a virus, right? If someone like my mother, right? If my mother was still around, my mother passed of cancer like 2 years ago, right? Anyone that has
condolences for that, by the way.
Thank you. Anyone that has chemo or anything like that, it messes with your immune system. Anyone that has immune deficiency issues or anything like that, they're gonna contract it, and it's definitely gonna kill them, right? So we had a basis as far as like, okay, this affect people who have the flu, right? So someone who has immune deficiency like AIDS, or they're on type of medication where it attacks their blood cells where they can't fight back or whatever, is gonna harm them more than someone that's gonna harm you. So it's basically you're getting the flu shot, right? But my question is, because I'm not that, thank you for calling me a scientist. I love science and things like that, but I'm not a virologist as far as like study viruses. But my question to people who answer that, what is the worst case scenario far as a flu shot is concerned? Well, this flu shot don't agree with
death.
Y'all making it seem like y'all getting Ebola or something like that. How people
wait a minute. Whoa, Kofi. First of all, I'm reading in the chat that Mark who's saying that it was never FDA approved. Now, if that's correct,
that's not true. That's
not true. Okay,
that's not true.
Just making sure. Just making sure. Okay.
Mark, give us the link. I could go on FDA, on the CDC. I heard people were saying that. I'm like, what? That makes no sense. That's like saying, that's like me eating meat that I get from the supermarket and say that's not FDA approved. It has that stamp.
Yes. So I would hope if he have evidence that to come on and explain why he would say something like, because if that is true, and you are saying something different, but if that is true, then you are arguing for the Republicans now, because they are not heavily regulated on doling out drugs, and the fact that
but all of them, like I showed you before, but I'm pretty sure all of them are vaccinated. I'm pretty sure. Well, you gotta understand, these people. I told my friend one time, I was like, look, I could have swore if you'd have told me 20, like when I was like a teenager, in the day of information where we get all this information before AOL was a thing or whatever. I'm like, we should be so far advanced now as a people, as a society, as a planet, for anyone who has internet accessibility and you have all this information. And I was bewildered and just like, why are we stupider with all this information instead of smarter? And talking to my friends, we came to the conclusion is like, it has nothing to do with the information that's out there. It has to do with the person who's receiving the information or groups of people who receive information. So if you were to tell me, Kofi, the earth is flat. Now there's hundreds of thousands, hopefully not millions of people who believe that the earth is flat. They only believe that the earth is flat because they don't have a basis in science. They don't understand how science works. They don't understand how the earth works. They don't understand how astrophysics work. So they just look at things and say, well, it has to be flat, because from my perspective, it's flat, without understanding that your perspective is totally irrelevant to see the curvature of the earth. It's so many things that when people build, it's, I don't want to get into that, but I'm saying that to say that the information that we receive, we have to have a filter of knowledge.
No, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. If you don't have a basis,
exactly. If you don't have a filter of knowledge, then the misinformation becomes your filter.
That's a fact. That is absolute fact, and I can't run away from that. If you don't have a basis in science, or if you don't know anything about science, someone on the internet who just have a little bit of information on science could probably convince you of all kind of Brother Polite. You know, he was this guy called Dr. Inky. He called themselves Dr. Inky. You know, they use these medical terms and words because they just speak a little bit above their audience, because they know within the Black community we are unscientific. It's almost like these historians. They know that we have no basis in history, so they can talk their. Dame Calloway is another one. You know, he understands that many of us have no basis in history. So
I think Dave Calloway actually believes. I don't know. I don't listen to him too much, but I think he actually believes what he's saying.
I don't think so, brother. I don't think so. I think he's getting that bag, and I think he's doing very well at that, because he understands that many of us don't have a basis in history, just a basic understanding of history, and then he can easily beguile his audience into thinking all kinds of ridiculous things, man. But you are absolutely right with that statement. Many of us don't have a basic understanding of many different kinds of things: history, science, politics. You know, so we get carried away off of hype. You know, people gonna sell us hype, and we'll buy into hype 10 times out of the week, even though we have certain things called a smartphone in our hand. Smartphones don't create smart people. I want to get that clear. Yes.
It's either you're smart from the beginning or you're dumb from the beginning. But it's but the thing, well, I say, well, you know, two things to be true at the same time. So let's say Dane Calloway is a grifter, but I also believe he believes in that, because me growing up here in America since I was 3-4 years old, we go to school with Black Americans, and then it's like, where you from? Grenada. Where you from? Ghana. Where you from? Haiti. Where you from? Jamaica. Where you from? Oh, I'm American. Yo, but my mother's father's uncle's cousin's father's dog's nephew's wife is Cherokee, so I'm Cherokee. I'm like, the fuck? I hear this like all the time. This is just growing up here. I hear that. So with me, I always found that to be very weird, because coming from Guyana, like, if I say, or anyone from the Caribbean, if they say,
I have Indian in my family, that's a fact, because the Indians are in freaking Guyana.
Exactly. My cousin, my cousin, my uncle, he married an Amerindian woman or whatever, and he has his second wife is Black, right? So Dwayne just looked Black. You wouldn't know Dwayne Amerindian. He just looked Black.
Facts.
So if you say, yo, me not like these coolie people over there. He's what? You want to fight? You like, yo, why you want to fight me?
Because you're talking about the coolie.
You can't stand them coolie people here. You know what I'm saying? They want to fight you. And you be like, what?
Yes, that's a fact. That's a fact.
I never understood why Black Americans growing up, why would they, and you clearly see they're not Indian or have any resemblance of Indians. And I'm thinking, so why would they lie and say? I never understood it. As I got older, I'm like, oh. But coming from Guyana, Trinidad, and places like that, where there's a huge Indian population, no one's gonna say they Indian just to look good. Like, no fucking coolie, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? No one's gonna
if I have it in my family, I have it in my family. And it is what it is, you know.
Exactly. So I got, obviously through marriage, I have cousins. I got uncles that marry Indian women, Indian, like the East Indian women and the Amerindian women.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I have my nanny when I was growing, because my parents were police in Guyana, right?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So I had a nanny that was that raised me and my sister, and she's Amerindian. I call her mom.
Is that right? Yeah. Yes. That's crazy.
I call her mom. I'll give you my Facebook page.
Where's she now? Where's she now?
She's still in Guyana.
Okay, she stayed. Okay.
Yeah. She comes to this country. She's like,
She ain't like yeah. She ain't like
going back home. My mother had a friend named Miss Wong, so she's Indian. She looks Indian, but you could tell she's Chinese too, right?
Yes.
She again tried to come here in this place.
Didn't like it.
Didn't
like it. I understand that.
So these
that was my
FBAs be on some like, you come here because you a failure. I'm like, what?
No, that ain't always true.
I'm like, nigga, leave the block. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
The block. You think I'm running away because your ass can't leave the block.
Most of them don't own passports. I don't even run over them. They don't even have passports.
Yeah, they don't even have passports. Unlike my brother-in-law, he's American, but my brother-in-law is so, again, because we're in New York, right? And so we're just multicultural. We know everybody. We don't do that separate. Well, he's Haitian, stay away from here. He's American. Like, we don't do that. We all black. We know we all black. So to the point where my aunt thought that my brother-in-law was Guyanese. My sister's like, no, he's American. He's like, oh my God. Because wait, he making cook-up rice. The guy making pine tart. He's like, he making all kind of things.
Pine tart.
You know what I'm saying? So they're like, oh, I didn't know you. He's American. And I forget. Sometimes I forget he's American. I went to my sister's house one time. I'm looking at the pot. Like, what's this? Oh, grits. Oh. I'm thinking it's like, why does oatmeal look like this? Oh.
No, because he hanging around. He would probably hanging around a lot of Caribbean people. Picking up on a lot of things. You know?
Exactly. So anyway, but my sister said, he told me like, yo, until I met your sister, I didn't go nowhere. I didn't want to go nowhere. I went to school. Stayed on the block. I might go to the city. That's it. And again, us being so adventurous, my mother being so adventurous, hey, let's go here. Let's go there. Let's go here. Right? My sister had that same spirit. She's like, nah, I stay in New York the whole summer now. Let's go to Florida. Let's go to Texas. Let's go to Cali. Let's go here. Took him off the block. Now he wants to travel all the time.
That's
Most
good.
of these dudes,
That's
they
good.
don't go nowhere. They don't go
No, that's
nowhere.
good. That's good. No, that's
so
good.
You know, they got this little. They think that their world is really small.
Small, yes,
people
yes.
From the other side of the planet of the earth, and
Yes.
you talking about what I can't do. I'm running. Like what are you talking about?
I don't even listen to that bullshit. I don't even listen to that bullshit. They don't know what they're talking about, man. Black people, we travel all around the world. You know what I find? That Caribbean people and African people travel more than my black brothers in America because I don't know why. I really don't know. I really don't. We migrate because of poor economic situations. Some of us migrate for business. Some of us migrate for school. You know, but my American brothers don't migrate like that. So they don't know there's a world bigger than the United States.
Exactly.
There's a world bigger than the United States. And I think that they don't get that from time to time. But I don't slight them for it. But I just recognize that you should have an international view of the world because the white man have one opinion, but there are other opinions out there in the world. And you should investigate that from time to time. You know?
Yeah. Now, I mean, my reason for being here, like I asked my mother, because like she's like, oh, we gotta go back home and look at the house and the house, this. I asked my mother when I was probably like 14, 15. I'm like, why did we come to America? I don't get it.
Oh, they own a lot of land?
Yes, so I'm from Denamstel Exequibo in Guyana, right?
Okay. I don't even know where that is.
My parents joined the police force. So the police force is obviously in Georgetown, Guyana. So we moved to Georgetown and we bought a house in Georgetown. So we still had a house
in Georgetown,
in Denamstel and in Georgetown, right?
Okay.
And my father also got a house when his father passed, right? So we had houses there already. So I'm like, what's
happening to the house? What's happening to that property? Who
they sold it. I think they sold
it.
Yeah, they sold it to some now my father, I don't want to badmouth my uncle, that's some family stuff. So my uncle ended up getting my grandfather's house.
Okay. So his children, y'all don't really have any property in Guyana no more anymore.
Right now, no.
Okay,
I have
okay,
aunts
understood.
and uncles there, but we didn't go back
To
because
get
we
anything.
were here. And like I
Yeah,
was
I
saying,
understand that. I
I
understand
asked my
that.
mother, like, why did we leave? She's like, no, we were good here. So I said, we were good here. Why did we leave? She was like, some people coming back, like, look at this money here. Making good money now. Look at
No,
this
I
money.
understand that. No, I understand that. It's opportunity. No, it's understand. And if her kids, your mom's kids, your dad's kids, like you say, you and your wife making what $200,000 a year. That's a lot of money for in Guyana standards, man.
Yeah.
So it did pay off at the end of the day. I can't slight them for that. They took that opportunity, and it did assist their generations coming after them. So I can't slight that.
Yeah. I mean, I asked my mother's like, if it wasn't for, so she retired before she passed. She's like, look, if it wasn't for, a lot of people make money and go back, but obviously my mother had health issues. Like, if I didn't have health issues, I would go back because I don't need anything really here. Everything here you could get in Guyana with no problem.
Besides the good medical care, medical care. Yeah,
Besides
I
that, that's
understand.
fine. Like I got my. It's I don't know. With these Black Americans, they just think that America is just the shit. Don't worry, I love this country. This country's a good country.
It's helpful. Yeah, it's helpful,
Yes,
man. It's helpful.
but I also love my country. They don't understand that it's a slave mentality that they have. They feel
No, it's
that
just that our brothers don't travel. And when you say travel, not as a tourist. When I say travel, what I mean is just live somewhere for a month outside of the United States where you could, have connect with the people on the ground, and you would discover a world outside of America, because America can tell you their version of the world. And when you come out of that American box, you may discover that other people think differently about the world. Like when I first went to Cuba, shit, man, that was a culture shock for me. And I mean, it's just an hour away from my country. So I understand the importance of traveling. You must travel. Every Black man should get a passport and travel, I believe.
I mean, even if you talk, because I'm one person, right? And when I talk, because I said my wife is my only like girlfriend. I mean, I had this girl. She was half.
She's American.
No, she's Jamaican Panamanian.
Oh yeah, you did tell me that. Yeah. So you speak. So how you get her? You start speaking Spanish, huh?
Yeah. Well, no, I can speak a little bit.
She speaks Spanish fluent.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, but my wife's family is like, so the whole story with the canal, right?
Yeah. A lot of West Indians went to Panama. Yes.
So when I first met her, I didn't know that. So I go to so it was my family, her family at a get together, and my uncle is like, wait. I know that person over there's a yard man. I know he's Jamaican.
Yes.
But they say that's their uncle, and this guy is speaking nothing but Spanish. And it gets confusing. So some of her people, after they finished building the canal, they went back to Jamaica. And some of them never went back to Jamaica, they just stayed in Panama.
Yes. A lot of Caribbean people. People.
So they still kept in touch. So obviously that's But
when they speak, and they speak patois English, but they can speak fluent Spanish. It's a wild thing. A lot of Costa Ricans like that too. You'll find a lot of that shit too.
Yeah, my wife's side, on her mother's side, her grandfather is from Costa Rica.
Oh man, the wife must be beautiful then, man. Oh goodness. Anyways, that's a whole other conversation.
My wife is gorgeous. People will come up to like, oh, and I don't like. I hope she's not listening because she always gets a big head. People will just come up to her and be on some like, oh my god, she used to be a little model, and she's like a nice full size. Look, I'm 6'4". I don't want no little tiny woman, right?
Yeah, so she's a tall lady.
Yeah, she's tall. My wife is tall, right?
Okay.
And people will just come up to her like, oh my god, you're so gorgeous. Like, oh my god, you're so good. So she did a little modeling and stuff like that. So my wife knows.
That's why you get 5 kids right now.
Yeah, I got 5, man. So
that's good, man. That's good. I mean, congrats. That's all I can say. Having a family is a good thing. You know, as long as they grounded, you know, and you doing good, man. You know, I have to applaud the dads out there who could hold down a family of 5 in this economic situation and not run away. So I gotta applaud the dads always, man.
Yeah, I mean, black fathers and stuff like that. I mean, unfortunately, like, hope he's like this fool over here that I'm talking about. That's saying pedophilia for Donald Trump being a pedophile is okay because he hired them. You know, again, he must be in a cult or something like that. Because
Politics aside, he's a good dad too, and I give him that. He seems like a very good dad. But I wanted to, Kofi, as a side, let's digress for a second, because I want to go back to a particular thing that we was talking about in terms of regulation. Immigrants. When immigrants come to, let's say, like South Florida, they come like Haitians.
Yeah.
Some of them come with a cutlass in their hands. They knock on doors and say, "Would you like your grass cut?" From home to home to home to do things like that.
With a cutlass?
Cutlass and what do you call it?
You're mad. How you gonna cut grass with a cutlass?
Some of them. Machete, cutlass. They come and they cut the yard and things like that. So
I would have to see that, man. How you cut grass with a cutlass? Like they cut
cutlass. No man is come with cutlass and some of them come with like a little ruler to do the lawn. But if you heavily regulate them, right? To me, that's a form of that's what I would say that shouldn't be deregulated. That should be deregulated, because if you come into the country and if you don't have legitimate skills, like you say, your cousin is an engineer, he could show the paperwork for that. If you come into the country and you qualify as an American citizen and your only job skill is labor, and you're knocking on doors, going from door to door to door to door to door, I feel like, man, that's a way for some brothers to be at least put food on the plate.
In Florida, they trying to regulate people just cutting
No,
grass?
you say, this is what you say. You say with your Democrat business that you are against. I am in some forms of deregulation. I am for. And the reason I'm for deregulation is because you can't tell the Haitian man on the street, say, "Let me see your permit. If you don't have a permit, I can lock you up for this." Come on, man.
No. Like I said, look, there's nuance. Look, now when it comes to, for the most part, I'm a progressive. I'm a progressive, and I'm a liberal, because this country was made for white men. Right, so
that's a fact.
If you're not a white man, so most white people and white men are conservative because they want to conserve whatever power that they had in the beginning. If you're not a white male, you have to fight for amendments, bills, and all these things. I gotta do this to vote. I gotta do this to sit here. I gotta do this to work, and all this other things. So, but I'm also conservative when it comes to other things. I am conservative when it comes to, I'm conservative as far as my personal beliefs. I wouldn't impose that on anybody else. I'm conservative as far as like what a woman is, right? I don't go into that leftist bullshit. Well, a woman is someone who feels like, no. And most people on the left don't feel like that. Most of the people where I work at my job, in my office, we had a conversation like that yesterday. About like certain shows like In Living Color and Married with Children wouldn't be here because they'll get offended and all this other nonsense and bullshit. So I'm conservative when it comes to marriage between a man and a woman. A woman is a biological person, right? The sanctity of marriage, man and woman, stuff like that. All the stuff that the right say that, that's a leftist nonsense, right? I wouldn't impose that on other people. That's why now if I'm to oppose that on other people and say your lifestyle is wrong and you better believe what I'm saying, then I'll be a Republican.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would impose it on other people. Yes, you would. Yes, you would impose it on other people.
Wait, okay, so let me ask you a question. So if a grown person is gay, I should force them not to be gay and I should persecute them?
Absolutely not. However,
listen, step by step. I know I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't care if you're a grown person and you doing that with another grown person, that's none of my business. Now, if I'm going to demonize you, then I'll be a Republican. Now, if you are a person on the far left saying that, look, I'm a man and I always felt I was a woman, I want you to call me Sandra instead of Sam. You better get the fuck out of here with that. That's where I don't know. That's where we go two different directions.
No, but here's what
where when I'm on the left, I'm not on the far left, but I'm on the left side. That's way of the left of me. That's where I jump to the right.
No problem. But if that same gay person who you say, I don't care about your sexuality, if he says, my name is Shirley, call me Shirley, treat me as if I am Shirley, and that same gay person says, I want to go to the ladies' bathroom, and one of your beautiful 5 kids, I'm sure one of them are girls.
Licks.
All right. So now the imposition happens because you will say, no. You can be gay as long as you are not practicing or try, what do you call it? Trans or whatever. You can be trans as long as you aren't practicing that transism near me or my family members. This is where the imposition comes in. Because when he says, call me Shirley, I have a right to use the bathroom with your young daughter, you can say, no. This is where the imagination in the game stop. And now I say, hell no.
Again, I agree. The thing is, with people on the right, they're making it seem like this is happening on an unprecedented scale, and the Democrats are putting in, not even the Democrats, Joe Biden is putting bills for that when he's not, right? Now, on a state level now, it's different. So if you go to these places like California or somewhere maybe in New York, maybe, but I do not see anything on record or a bill or law saying that, hey, look, if a woman goes into a bathroom and she's a trans woman, that she has the right to do that. I still see right now that it could still be challenged. There's nothing on the books. But when you're a Republican, you have to fear the little things you have to fear. Black people want rights. And like this fucking clown Brandon, because he's a fucking coon. And so he'll attack Black Lives Matter. And he's not that savvy with anyone that knows the facts. So I would say, okay, you're attacking Black Lives Matter as a whole. And this is what makes him a coon. So Black Lives, the mantra Black Lives Matter, as far as like my Black Lives Matter, and the reason why Black Lives Matter came to be was due to police injustice. So I am with the mantra. The organization is bullshit. And it's a bunch of lesbian women making money off of mostly black men and black death, and that makes the black community look bad.
Yes, absolutely.
Brandon would attack Black Lives Matter as a whole, because remember, people will gravitate, because you're supposed to be a Pan-African, which he's not. But then that's where his white nationalist conservatism, his step and fetch it house nigga mentality kicks in. Oh, this is my chance to demonize something black and progressive that goes against white people, right? So two things could be true at the same time. Yes, Black Lives Matter is an organization, is very troubling, but at the same time, the mantra of what they were upholding is a good thing.
No, I agree. I think that Black Lives Matter, that, like you say, in name, It is something that is a legitimate cry, but when you peel back the layers of Black Lives Matter, they are anti-branded because he is a family man who believes in a nuclear family. They are anti-Kofi because Kofi believes in the nuclear family where the man is the head of the home. Not only that, they have declared themselves to be Marxists, which is another kind of thing that is anti. Well,
And
someone
then
say,
the thing is like they're again there's gay people that have kids and whatever. I don't even want to even go into that. That's a whole other fucking can of worms. But how can you're for the Black community, but you're giving money, right, to LGBTQ causes
absolutely,
and things like that. And if you
absolutely.
understand, why don't you give money to community center, Black community center, something for the Black community? They're not
Absolutely.
doing that. They're
Absolutely.
not doing that.
You get millions and millions of dollars, and you even let's just say that their cry is, well, these people are within our community as well, and you should be able to support these communities. No problem. But when you use the term Black Lives Matter, you are referring to a whole community, and the majority of people in our community are not LGBT. So therefore, the majority of that money should go to go to causes that are not necessarily LGBT. So now you are pushing an agenda. When I see all your money are specifically focused to one particular group of people who represent less than 10% of our community,
Less than
that's the
5.
issue.
Less than 5.
Less than 5. So that's the big issue. The other issue is that you are taking our monies and using it on a personal basis. I think that the lady was found to have bought private homes for herself. Private home
Yeah,
and
she
give
did. Somewhere
things.
in the Caribbean, she bought these homes.
It's ridiculous. And not only that, giving monies to her brother. She should have been arrested. Should have been arrested, really and truly. So I think that that's where people may have issues with that organization, and it leaves a bitter taste in the mouths of a lot of people who would have contributed to that organization. I think, me personally.
And then the thing is like, okay, as a so-called Black man, that's how you should go treat Black Lives Matter. Like, hey, look, these are people who took advantage. Okay, perfect example, like the fucking FBA goons, right? Reparations is something that Black people in America that were slaves, right? You need something. Reparations is supposed to repair what the United States have continually done since we got on these shores to this day, right? That what needs to be done. It's an honorable thing to go for. So HR 40. The problem with these FBA goons and ADOS, fine. You don't like HR 40 or whatever. Why don't y'all put something forward, come together collectively instead of bitching and complaining? Put another bill together and say, well, this is what we need. But they're not doing that. It's all a grift. Tariq Nasheed.
FBA does not want reparations. FBA wants a check. There's a difference. There is a big difference. As you say just now, reparations means to repair. What is to repair? To repair me to the same position that I was in before the so-called harm occurred. Where does that put me? First of all, that's giving me back my African culture. That's giving me back my African mindset. And that's put me back in a place I originally was before I was taken away from there.
Well,
That's
they don't have to.
They don't want that.
Go back to Africa.
They don't want that.
No. You're right about everything else, but they don't have to go to Africa. But they don't want to be African.
But that's what if you are repairing me, that's what a repair is, Kofi. You put me back to the original situation I was in before you harmed me. And that would be placing me back where I was before the actual harm occurred. And that's the last thing they want. So I'm saying that really and truly they just want to check. That's why I limited it to just a check. They don't want the culture, they don't want the identity, they don't want the mindset. They just want the so-called pay me for my labor. After you pay me for my labor, I could go back and be a part of the American colonial system or whatever it is. They don't want
Be pretty much be with white daddy.
basically. I go back to white heaven and live in white heaven for the rest of my existence. So that's what they want. And once they get the check, I guess they'll be satisfied with that. I don't know.
Like I'll drop some science on some if some slim chance, some slim reason you have a Republican senator listening, I'm gonna drop a little gem here, right? If Republicans, because the Democrats are so weak, right? They talk a good game, but they don't give us anything directly. But they don't spit in our face, call us niggers and all this other stuff like the Republicans would do, and just use us as political props, saying that black people are violent, the most violent people in America, like Candace Owens, and slavery never existed, like Nikki Haley, and CRT, like DeSantis, and CRT means gay, and Black history means gay, and Victor, all that nonsense, right? So we're not going onto that side because we have a spine, unlike Pan-Africanism, right? We're not going to go there. But if I was a Republican and I put my hate to the side, and I know, be honest with myself, that my position is not popular, but if I get these niggas on my side, they would be with me. You know what all the Republicans got to do? Start talking reparations. All they got to do is start talking reparations, because the Democrats are not entertaining it, right? You have people within the Democratic Party that's for HR 40, but you don't have any real Democratic figure of worth talking about that. So the Republicans could come right in and say, look, niggers, we didn't get your 40 acres and a mule. We'll give all black people, let's make it modest, $10,000 and tax exemption. You know how many black people would switch? Oh, I wouldn't even be mad at you. They could be lying their ass off, and I would not be mad at you. Because guess what? The Democrats is not offering you that. And guess what? Let's say the Republicans deliver. That's the worst thing the Republicans can do. Let's say the Republicans deliver. After that, you can't talk about racism. You can't say that the Republicans are racist. You can say the fucking Democrats are racist now. Because guess what? We delivered. We spoke about it. We talked about it. We put it on the ballot to be voted. Assuming this is all science fiction, because the Republican base is
that's complete science fiction.
Science fiction. But I'm just saying, if you get all these Republicans on the same accord and be like, look, we'll get the popular vote and we'll be the actually real party of Lincoln, like it used to be back in the day, and we will get on, and we'll give them reparations. And again, it's going to be just probably a good handful of black people is going to do something, black Americans going to do something good with the money and invest it within their communities, hopefully. But all the other people, they're not going to do anything. They don't complain about racism no more. Don't complain about don't complain about racism and systematic racism. And Republicans can call you nigga after that. Like, hey, Nick, I gave you your money, nigga. What you want now?
Yeah, freedom of speech. Freedom of speech.
Look, listen here, nigga. Did them Democrats give you anything? Nigga, you got tax exemption. Shut the fuck up. But they're not going to do it.
Absolutely, because you have to sell. First of all, let's be realistic. The Black Americans represent 14% of the population, and less than that in terms of voting. Now you have to sell. When you sell that idea to the blacks who actually do vote, what are you going to tell the rest of your base who represent a much larger number? Because when they hear that bullshit, they can see like, what the hell are you? They're gonna call you a traitor, brother. So I don't know how you're gonna balance it too. I really don't know. I don't know how you can balance that too, man.
Look, bro. We from the Caribbean, we got CARICOM. We need to be on that too. Jamaica's getting on that. Because when they try to find some fussy boy LGBT flag in the embassy, they're like, man, take that thing down.
No, I remember that. I
Fire
remember
on
that. I know. I remember that. I remember that.
You know, I remember she said that. Remember Rudy? She said, "Oh, we gave Jamaica the fire under their feet to do that." Jamaica.
That's what he said.
Yeah, and he's a hypocrite because during buck breaking, he was saying, "Oh, back in the reason why Jamaicans don't play and the Africans don't play that because that's not part of their culture, and so they used to send the Black Americans to Jamaica to be buck broken because they were buck breaking Jamaicans." Like he's a fucking fool.
He is not a historian. He is ahistorical, and the reality is that the majority of the Caribbean, we had more rebellions. I don't like to go tit for tat, but that's stupid. You know what I mean, but I just know he's ahistorical in terms of whatever the hell he's talking about, and I think that you have people some people, very few Kofi in the Caribbean now who are waking up and trying to establish different kinds of relationship with other partners outside of the so-called Western partners. And I like this lady, Mia Motley. She is one of the few outside of the old guard who we used to have back in the day. You know, she is one of the fresh new young leaders who is actually trying to do certain things in terms of having business with Africa. I think that's a good step forward. And I think that many other countries are slowly trying to do things within their respective countries, you know, and I think that that's a good sign, you know.
Yeah, but I'm gonna wrap it up.
Your guy. Oh yeah, I know you won't because it's 4 hours. Your guy in Guyana, who is an Indian brother, you know, I don't know what his politics is yet. I really have to investigate it, but he seems like a cool dude.
What guy?
The prime minister. He had Walter Meyer. Walter Meyer went to his crib and they spent some time together. It's online right now. I don't know if you know who Walter Meyer is.
Okay.
Check it out. Walter Meyer is this African cat who is from Ghana. He went to the Caribbean and different Caribbean islands, and one of the islands was Guyana. And I think that he spent some time with your prime minister. So, and I think that's on YouTube. His name is Walter Meyer, Wade Meyer, Maya. And I think that just have a listen. But I don't know what his politics is yet. Usually Ghana politics was usually very leftist at one point. Besides Burnham wasn't a leftist, but most of y'all prime ministers is really leftist. But just have a listen to see what he has to say. I really, like I say, I briefly had to listen to him talking about certain things because he was cooking at the time. But I really don't know what his politics is yet.
Okay.
But they have some good leaders, some nice young new leaders in the Caribbean. I don't know if they're trying to reach out to Africa. Like I say, this new prime minister you all have, I don't know. He seems to be Indian. He might have some African in him. I'm not 100% sure. But if with an Indian leader, you usually gonna take care of the Indians first. So I don't know, man.
See, the relationship with we could talk.
It's half and half. Half and half. Yeah.
You got some Indians that are racist, man.
Yes. So I understand that. Yes.
And you got the ones that they love you like their own
brother. Who cool? Yes, who cool? So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yo, my email is in the did I put it in the private chat? Oh no,
yes.
I didn't put it in the private chat. I don't care. People can email.
Oh, I see it. I want you to reach out to Koku too. You know, he's a good brother. You know, I think he wanted to have a conversation with you. So I need you reach out to Koku too. You know, because I think he want to have and both of y'all in New York City, anyways. So I think y'all need to have a conversation with one another one day. But I do have it, and I'll take it and I'll email you. No sweat.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
yo, man. Mark is active.
Hey, Mark, next time, come on by. Have a conversation with us. Have a conversation.
Yeah, Mark, you got a lot to say. You got a lot of interesting things to say, man.
Yes. Have a conversation with Kofi. Kofi is a smart brother, and he understands American politics very good. So you all need to have a conversation with one another. You know.
And Bitter Medicine was up too. So remember that. If you don't know, on Bitter Medicine podcast, every Saturday at 8. A lot of good conversations happen there. I'm on there. We talk about everything. So that's I glad Bwana came up and he introduced me to that. I really enjoy that on that channel.
Oh, that's awesome, bro. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you get the farm listening from time to time. You know, I'm curious to know what the Spanish master think about our conversations too. You know, but
my wife is kind of like my thing.
okay,
you know,
okay.
like when
She don't sweat it.
Yeah. When she gets heated, then she want to talk about it and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
But she gotta be in the mood. Me,
Don't sweat. Don't sweat.
when it comes to like science, religion, politics, and stuff like that, I do this for fun.
Yes.
I do this for fun because I like talking to like-minded people. I like, conversing with people. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. There's a saying: I win every time. Either you're gonna teach me something, or I'm gonna teach you something.
Absolutely, and nobody's perfect, and this is the reason why we have this kind of chat. And I'm glad that you at least reach out and actually presented yourself, because we need more brothers like you, some more thinkers, because we have a lot of stupid on the internet. So at least you have a few people here who trying to present another view in terms of black men and what they actually think about from time to time. So it's a good thing.
So this will be a good time to do my shout out. So shout out to you, shout out to Mark, shout out to Afro Think Tank.
The Afro Think Tank, big up Afro Think Tank.
Yeah,
Yes,
man, Afro Think Tank came through. I was,
Yes, sir.
he's very good because him and I be on Brandon's neck. But Afro Think Tank, he got so much going on. I got no time to deal with a fake dude like this. So I want to pick up the mantle and take it to Brandon. But
yes.
Yeah,
Do what you gotta do, bro.
Yeah, man. I'll do this for fun, but we'll see if Boochie Bear will live this down.
I know.
It's okay. The guy is in a cult. That's bro. When he told me that, I was like, I'm like, are you serious? And he's like, hey, he's been investigated. So, even the bastard was investigated. You just say, so what? They hired him to judge it. Like, what?
Oh man, y'all get your personal thing going on, man. Y'all get your personal thing. But yeah, man. But Kofi, until Saturday, we'll talk again, brother.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. No sweat.
Everybody, thanks for coming through.
All right, man.
Guys, remember to like, share, subscribe. I know it was a long one, but we had a lot of stuff to cover. Thank you for everybody that came out. Thank you for everybody who participated in the chat. Again, Bwana, my boy Anthony, Afro Think Tank, Naps. If I forgot your name, I'm sorry. If I mentioned you, I'm sorry. But thank you for contributing to the conversation. Everything. Again, I don't ask for super chats. I don't ask for none of that stuff. I'm not a fake Pan-African grifter. I got a job. I just don't. I'm not trying to. I got a real job, unlike Brandon. So I'm not gonna ask for y'all hard-earned money. I'm just pretty much just ask you guys just to like, share, and subscribe, and just spread the word. And that's all that I ask. So peace to everybody, and until next time.